Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Bought a Cuckoo Clock. The bird that comes out isn't wood. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. At 11:00 p.m., the cuckoo clock made a sound like someone clearing their throat behind a closed door. Not a chirp, not the neat little wooden coo-coo I had expected when I bought the thing from the estate sale in Lancaster that morning. It was wet and irritated. A tiny scrape of air pushed through something soft. The little painted doors above the clock face trembled once, as if whatever sat behind them had bumped its head, getting ready, then stopped. I stood in my kitchen with a mug of tea cooling in my hand, watching those doors. The rest of the house went on pretending nothing had happened. The refrigerator hummed. Rain ticked against the back window in small, impatient taps. Somewhere under the sink, the old pipes in my rental gave one of their settling knocks, the kind that always sounded like a polite person asking to come in. Then the clock ticked. Once, twice. Normal. I'm Nora Bell, 32, female. And at that point in my life, I was trying very hard to become the kind of person who could live alone without narrating every creak in the walls as evidence that someone had picked my lock. I rented the second floor of a narrow brick row house in Manayunk, Philadelphia, on a hill steep enough that my calves complained every time I brought up groceries. I worked as a restoration framer at a little shop off Main Street, cleaning old photographs and replacing cracked mat boards for people who always said, "It's probably not worth anything," while handing me pictures they clearly loved more than jewelry. The clock had been my attempt at making the apartment feel less temporary. That sounds ridiculous now. A cuckoo clock. A housewarming gift to myself after 3 years in the same place. But the apartment had always felt borrowed, like I was staying there until my real life sent a forwarding address. My furniture was half thrift store, half things my mother had refused to keep in her garage any longer. I had no art on the walls except client cast-offs I'd rescued from the trash. The clock was carved dark wood with little leaves around the roof, a tiny balcony, 2 pinecone weights on chains, and a brass pendulum shaped like a leaf. It looked old in a way that made people lean closer. At the estate sale, I'd leaned closer too. By 11:01, I had convinced myself the sound was mechanical. Air trapped in the bellows, maybe. Old dust shifting. Some warped part inside trying to do its job and failing in a damp, ugly way. I set the mug down and took one step toward it. The little doors twitched again. I stopped so fast tea sloshed over the rim and ran hot across my knuckles. "Okay," I said out loud. My voice sounded small in the kitchen, flattened by the rain and the low cabinets. "That's enough." I was not talking to the clock. I was talking to myself. There's a difference, though at 11 at night in an old apartment, it gets thin. I reached for my phone on the counter and called my brother. He answered on the 4th ring with wind noise and a muffled curse. Please tell me you didn't lock yourself out again. Milo Bell, 29 male, is my younger brother, a paramedic in Montgomery County, which meant he had the calm voice of someone who could look at a broken arm and ask whether you had eaten dinner. He also had the family talent for making concerned sound like irritation. I could picture him before I saw him. One hand on the steering wheel of his battered Subaru, brown hair flattened under a baseball cap, uniform jacket half-zipped, coffee somewhere within reach. I didn't lock myself out, I said. Then why do you sound like you're hiding in a pantry? I bought a cuckoo clock. A pause. Congratulations on becoming a haunted grandma. It made a noise. That is famously the purpose of cuckoo clocks. Not that noise. The clock ticked again. Steady, careful. Too loud now that I had noticed it. Milo sighed, but the sound softened at the end. Nora, I know, I said quickly. I know how it sounds. Do you? It sounded like something breathing. Is this one of those German ones? They use little bellows. If it's old, the leather gets weird. That explanation landed exactly where I wanted it to. Solid ground, leather, bellows, age, nothing with a pulse. I glanced at the clock, at the carved bird doors, shut tight. Yeah, I said, maybe. You want me to come by? No, I answered too fast, because my private fear has always been needing someone and having them know it. I can scrape old glue from a century-old photo for 4 hours without losing patience. But I hate asking for help with anything living and immediate. I just wanted to ask if old clocks can make gross noises. Old anything can make gross noises. I make gross noises when I stand up now. You're 29. Job aged me, professionally elderly. I laughed because he wanted me to. The sound eased the kitchen open a little. The rain became rain again instead of fingers. My tea smelled like chamomile and lemon, not like metal. Did you hang it level? He asked. I used a nail that was already there. Nora, what? You hung a heavy old clock on a mystery nail. It's not that heavy. Nora, it's been up for 6 hours. Famous last words of renters everywhere. I looked at the clock again. The dark wood case sat on the wall between the pantry door and the little shelf where I kept cookbooks I never used. The pendulum swung in a steady arc, left, right, shining whenever it caught the light from the stove hood. The chains hung down like loose braids. I had wound it after watching a video online, proud of myself for figuring out which weight did what. At the estate sale, the woman running the checkout had said, "Careful with that one." I had taken it as salesperson patter. Some people say careful about everything old, as if furniture becomes sacred once enough strangers have died around it. She said it needed cleaning, I told Milo now. Who? The estate saleswoman. Then get it cleaned. I just bought it, and apparently it's breathing at you. Not breathing, I said, though I had used that word first. The clock made a small internal click. Both of us went quiet. Milo heard it through the phone. Was that it? No, I lied. The minute hand trembled, not moved, trembled like a finger held above a button. Nora, Milo said, and now his voice had changed. Not panicked. Didn't do panic. Just flatter, more awake. Is the clock on the wall right now? Yes, take it down. I hated that my relief was immediate, not because I wanted to take it down, but because someone else had decided. That was the ugly little shortcut in me. I resisted help, then leaned on it the second it arrived disguised as instruction. I put the phone on speaker and set it beside the mug. "Fine, carefully," he said. "Two hands. Don't stand on a rolling chair." "I'm not an idiot. You stood on a rolling chair to change your smoke detector battery one time and fell into your laundry hamper. It cushioned me. It betrayed you." The normal rhythm of bickering carried me across the kitchen. I dragged over a wooden stool from the breakfast nook, the one with a paint smear on one leg from when I thought I was a DIY person for about a weekend. The floorboards creaked under it. I climbed up slowly. From this close, the clock smelled stronger than it had earlier. Old wood, yes, dust. But underneath was something else, faint and sour, like wet feathers left in a cardboard box. That was the first time the word feathers entered my mind. I didn't like it there. I lifted the clock from the bottom, expecting weight, and found it surprisingly awkward instead. All chains and dangling pine cones, and a pendulum that kept trying to swing against my wrist. The case shifted on the nail, but didn't come free. "It's stuck," I said. "Don't yank it." "I'm not yanking." "You sound like you're yanking." "I'm making effort noises. Those are yank adjacent." I pressed my face close enough to see a line of dust around the back edge where it met the wall. There was something tucked between the clock and the paint. A bit of folded paper, maybe, or a sliver of packing material flattened by pressure. "Hold on," I said. "What? There's something behind it." "Nora, take the clock down first." "I can see it." "Nora." I pinched the edge with 2 fingers and pulled. The paper resisted, then slid free with a dry whisper that made my shoulders tighten. It was not paper. It was a feather. A small one, gray-brown, bent near the quill and stuck with a blackish smear at the tip. Not fresh, exactly. Not fluffy. It looked like something swept from under an outdoor table after rain. I stared at it in my fingers. Milo's voice came from the counter. "What happened?" There was a feather behind it. He didn't answer right away. "It's probably from packing material," I said before he could say anything. "Or from whoever owned it. Maybe they had birds. Put it down and wash your hands. You're dramatic." I touch strangers' bodily fluids for a living. Wash your hands. The feather was almost weightless, but it changed the whole kitchen. Before that, the weird sound had belonged to gears and air. Now it belonged to something that had once been alive. I climbed down, dropped the feather into the trash, and washed my hands with dish soap until the lemon scent turned sharp and chemical. The clock remained on the wall. "Nora," Milo said, "I know. Take it down." I tried. "Try again, or I'll come over." That should have annoyed me. It did, a little. My brother had a way of making care feel like trespassing. But behind the annoyance was an image I couldn't stop seeing. The little doors shaking, not from a spring, but from pressure inside. "I'll get it down," I said. A knock hit the apartment door. Not loud, 2 taps. A pause, 1 more. Milo heard that too. "Who's there?" he asked. "No idea." "Are you expecting anyone?" "No." The knock came again, softer this time, as if whoever was outside had leaned closer and used 1 knuckle. My kitchen sat at the back of the apartment. From there, I could see through the short hallway into the living room, and beyond that the door with its old brass peephole. The entry light was off. The living room was lit only by a floor lamp with a shade that made everything amber and tired. "Don't open it," Milo said. I wasn't going to, but I was already walking. Not because I'm brave, because not knowing who stood outside my door felt worse than knowing. That is another flaw of mine, though I called it practicality for years. I pick at things. I pull loose threads. I read the last page of medical pamphlets. I would rather be frightened by an answer than left alone with possibilities. At the door, I looked through the peephole. The hallway outside was empty, except for Mrs. Gorska's umbrella stand and the dim yellow bulb over the stairs. Water dripped somewhere below, likely from someone's coat or a leak in the vestibule roof. The narrow runner carpet looked darker in patches from wet shoes. No person. I kept my eye there longer than I needed to. "Nora," Milo said from the kitchen. "Nobody. Do not open it. I'm checking the chain. The chain does not need your supervision." I touched the door chain. It was latched. Then, from the other side of the door, something scratched low against the wood. Once, twice, a light, dragging scrape. Not a dog, too small and too deliberate. My mouth went dry in a plain, physical way, like I had swallowed dust. "Milo," I said, "what? There's something at the door. Person or animal, I don't know. Look again." I already did. Look lower if you can. It's a peephole, not a periscope. The scrape came again. This time it was followed by a faint tap, like a fingernail touching the threshold. I backed away. At the same moment, behind me in the kitchen, the cuckoo clock began to whir. Not the clean winding sound from earlier. This was a strained mechanical grind, gears turning through resistance. The apartment seemed to narrow around it. The hallway, the living room, the rain on the windows, my brother's voice asking what that sound was, all of it pulled into that rough, working noise. The clock was not at an hour now. It was 11:07. I turned. From the kitchen, the little doors on the clock snapped open. Nothing came out, not all the way. A beak appeared in the dark gap. It was small, curved, dull yellow at the tip, and it moved just once. A testing motion. Then it withdrew. The doors clapped shut. I stood in the hallway with one hand still raised near the chain lock, looking at the empty kitchen beyond the living room, and my phone on the counter lit up with Milo's call timer ticking forward. "Nora," he said, louder now. "Talk to me." I swallowed. The clock ticked. The thing at the door scratched again. "I think," I said, though the words came out thin, "I think there might be a bird in the clock." Milo swore under his breath. That should have made it better. A bird was a real answer. Birds got into vents, chimneys, walls. I'd once had a sparrow trapped in the frame shop for an entire morning, battering itself against the skylight, until my boss opened the back door and waited in the alley with a broom held like a priest at a funeral. Living things get into places they shouldn't. They panic. They make impossible noises. They leave feathers. A bird in the clock was bad, but it was not impossible. Then something slid under my apartment door. Not far, just enough to cross the threshold. A thin cream envelope, damp at one corner. My name was written on it in blue ink. Nora Bell. No apartment number, no stamp, no return address. Just my name in careful block letters. Milo was still talking, asking whether I had a neighbor I trusted, telling me to stay away from the door, telling me he was turning around, that he'd come by even if I said no. I crouched before I could talk myself out of it. "Nora, don't touch anything," he said. "I'm not opening it." That is not what I said. The envelope smelled faintly of rain and old paper. The flap was sealed. My name looked recently written, the ink slightly bled from moisture. From the kitchen, the clock clicked again. From outside, no footsteps moved away. I held the envelope between two fingers and looked back at the cuckoo clock on the wall, its tiny doors shut, the pendulum swinging like nothing had happened. I had two choices then, or at least I thought I did. Open the envelope and learn why someone had brought it to my door at the exact minute the clock started acting wrong. Or leave it sealed, take the clock down, and wait for Milo. I wish I could tell you I chose the sensible one right away. Instead, I stood there in the dim living room, rain ticking at the windows, my brother's voice buzzing from the kitchen counter, the envelope dampening my fingertips, and the clock counting down toward whatever it planned to do next. I did not open the envelope right away. That's the part people never believe when I tell it, because they know me now after everything, and they assume I was always the kind of person who would peel back a sealed flap just because a bad idea had my name on it. But I stood there for a full 10 seconds with the envelope pinched between my fingers, listening to my brother shout through the speakerphone from the kitchen. "Nora, put it down." "I am putting it down." "You're not. I can hear you thinking." "You cannot hear me thinking. I've known you my whole life." "Put it on the floor and step away from the door." I did, mostly because the door scratched again. Low, a dry little drag right below the deadbolt, then a sharper tap against the metal threshold. Not random, not wind. There was weight behind it, but not much. It sounded like a small animal worrying at a seam. I set the envelope on the narrow console table by the door, next to the dish where I kept keys and expired SEPTA cards. My hand left a damp crescent on the paper. "I put it down," I said. "Good. Get away from the door." What if it's hurt? What? The bird? Or whatever S making that sound? "Nora, do not start rescuing mystery hallway animals at 11 at night. It could be stuck. It could also be bait." The word landed ugly. I looked through the peephole again, even though I had already seen the empty hall. The bulb over the stairs hummed faintly, flickering just enough to make the umbrella stand twitch at the edge of the fisheye glass. Mrs. Gorska's folded black umbrella leaned at an angle. A wet mark spread across the runner carpet below my door. No person, no animal, just that wet patch, dark and irregular, as if someone had stood there dripping for a while before sliding the envelope underneath. A new voice came through my phone, faint and tinny, filtered by Milo's car speaker. "Who are you talking to?" That was Tessa. Tessa Warren, 31, female, is Milo's partner at the ambulance company. Though everyone who met her for more than 5 minutes understood she was the senior adult in any room she occupied. She had close-cropped blonde hair, a square jaw, and the unhurried patience of a person who had learned that panic wastes oxygen. I had met her at Milo's birthday 2 summers earlier, when she'd watched him try to light a grill with a broken igniter and said, "I've seen toddlers with better risk assessment." "Tessa S. with you?" I asked. "We just cleared a call in Roxborough," Milo said. "She's riding back with me." Tessa's voice sharpened. "What's happening?" Milo answered before I could. "Nora bought an old clock. It's making weird noises. Someone just pushed an envelope under her door." "That's an excellent list of reasons not to touch anything," Tessa said. "I touched the envelope," I admitted. Milo groaned. "With 2 fingers. That is not a legal defense." From the kitchen, the cuckoo clock gave one short internal rattle. Not a chime, more like something inside had shifted its claws against wood. I turned toward it. The clock hung crooked now, just slightly. The old nail had dragged down through the plaster, leaving a pale crescent scar above the roofline. One pinecone weight had descended farther than the other, hanging lower by nearly 6 inches. I was sure they had been even before, almost sure. The pendulum kept swinging. Tick, tick, tick. The little doors were closed. "Something is wrong with the clock," I said. "No kidding," Milo snapped. "No, I mean it's slipping. The nail's pulling out." That produced a different kind of quiet. "How heavy is it?" Tessa asked. "Maybe 5 pounds, 6. It's not huge." "What's under it?" "My counter, cookbooks. A ceramic jar. Anything plugged in." I glanced at the wall beneath the clock. The outlet below the cookbook shelf held the old microwave and the electric kettle. Both plugged into a white power strip I knew I should have replaced months earlier, because the switch sometimes sparked when I bumped it. "Yes," I said. "Unplug what you can from a distance," Tessa said. "Then get out of that kitchen." "Why?" "Because if the clock falls and yanks those chains into the outlet or breaks something glass, you don't want to be right under it. It's a cuckoo clock, not a wrecking ball. You said there may be a live animal inside." My eyes went back to the dark doors. The beak had moved. I had seen it. No matter how much my brain tried to file it under stress light, a loose carved part, I had seen a dull yellow tip flex and withdraw. "Yes," I said. "Then it may panic if you touch the case." That was the first concrete problem. Not the envelope. Not the unknown person. The clock. It was on my wall, possibly containing an injured or trapped bird, and it was coming loose above an outlet in an old apartment where the landlord had once told me, with horrifying pride, that half these wires are older than both of us. If it fell, it could smash the kettle, pull down the power strip, start a small electrical fire, or release whatever was inside into the room. If I waited for Milo, maybe the nail would hold. Maybe it wouldn't. The clock ticked steadily, as if timing my indecision. "I need to take it down," I said. "No," Milo said immediately. "You need to leave the apartment and let it fall. Close the kitchen door." "There isn't a kitchen door." "Then go into the hall, where something is scratching at my door. Go to Mrs. Gorski's. She's 80 and sleeps with a white noise machine turned up like jet engines. Then call the police." "And say what?" "Someone delivered mail and my clock is weird." Tessa cut in. "Say an unknown person is outside your apartment and pushed an envelope under your door. Say you hear scratching and are concerned someone may be tampering with the lock or trying to lure you out. You don't have to mention the clock first." That was reasonable. Too reasonable, which made my stomach tighten. I picked up my phone and checked the screen. Milo's call still ran, his name glowing above a little speaker icon. My battery sat at 12%. The charger was in my bedroom. Of course it was. "I need to call 911, I said. "Use the phone you're on," Milo said. "I don't want to hang up." I'll call for you. You don't know my address. Yes, I do. You know the street. You always mess up the unit. I'm not going to mess it up tonight. I can call. Nora, I can. It was stupid, the way I clung to that. But fear does not always make you helpless. Sometimes it makes you aggressively competent at the least useful thing. I didn't want Milo calling for me, because then I would be the little sister with a problem again. The one who needed picking up from a bad roommate situation in college. The one who once hid in a laundromat bathroom because a man followed her from the platform at Wissahickon Station. I had worked hard to become someone who handled things. The clock clicked. The right-hand door opened half an inch. I forgot the argument. Behind the little door, something pale shifted in the dark. Not feathers. Not that I could see. Just a wet glint and a quick, cramped motion, like a tongue behind teeth. Then the door shut. Milo, I whispered. I'm calling it in, he said. Stay on the line. Tessa's got you. I heard car noise change, the muffled thump of him switching screens or handing off his phone. Tessa spoke closer now. Nora, listen to me. Put your phone somewhere you can hear me. Wash your hands again if you touched the envelope. Unplug the kettle and microwave if you can do it without standing under the clock. What if it opens again? Then you back away. What kind of bird has a yellow beak and fits inside a clock? A small one. Don't make it more complicated while you're standing near it. That was good advice. I ignored part of it. I went into the kitchen and grabbed the phone first because the counter suddenly felt too far from me. The sour feather smell had spread, or maybe I had become better at noticing it. Wet dust, old wood, something faintly ammoniac, like a birdcage that hadn't been cleaned. The power strip sat below the shelf, its tiny red light glowing. I crouched sideways, keeping my head away from the clock as much as possible, and pulled the kettle plug free. The cord slapped the backsplash. The microwave plug was wedged tight behind the unit. Leave it, Tessa said. I can get it. Leave it. I left it, but not before jostling the shelf. The cookbooks shifted. The clock above me gave a sharp, living flutter. A sound burst from inside the case, wings, maybe, but heavier than a sparrow's frantic paper rustle. This was a dense thudding, soft body against hardwood. The little doors banged open and shut, not in time with the mechanism. I stumbled backward and hit the opposite counter with my hip. A ceramic mug tipped, rolled once, and dropped. It shattered on the floor with a crack so loud I yelped. The clock jerked on its nail. Plaster dust sifted down in a thin white sprinkle. Get out of the kitchen, Tessa said. I am, now. I backed into the living room, breathing too fast through my nose. One shard of mug had bounced across the threshold and lay near my sock. The clock kept moving, not swinging exactly, but shivering against the wall. The right pinecone weight descended another inch. Then the apartment lights went out. Not all at once. The kitchen light flickered twice, then died. The living room lamp blinked and went dark. The refrigerator sighed into silence. The only light left was my phone screen and the dim yellow smear from the hallway bulb under the front door. For half a second, nobody spoke. Then Milo, faint but audible, cursed so violently Tessa told him to stop. My power's out, I said. Breaker, Tessa asked. I don't know. Did anything spark? I didn't see. Smell smoke, I inhaled. Rain through window seams, dust. The sour clock smell. And under it, maybe, the thin bitter tang of warm plastic. I smell something, I said. That's enough. Leave the apartment. The hallway, Nora, Tessa said, and the patience was gone now. If there is an electrical problem in an old wall, you do not wait inside because the hallway feels creepy. A phone notification buzzed against my palm. Battery, 10%. From outside my apartment door came a soft dragging noise. Longer this time. Something being pulled along the floor, away from my door and toward the stairwell. I moved to the peephole, phone screen pressed to my chest so the light wouldn't blind me. Through the glass, the hall looked warped and dim. The wet patch was still there. The envelope was no longer the only thing at my threshold. Something small lay just outside my door, partly visible at the bottom edge of the peephole's distortion. A dark lump, too low for me to make out clearly. The dragging sound stopped. A floorboard creaked near the stairs. Then nothing. I think someone left something else, I said. Do not open the door, Milo said. His voice came back stronger, which meant he had finished the 911 call or given up trying to do it calmly. Police are being dispatched. I'm 12 minutes out. You said you were in Roxborough. I'm driving fast. Don't. Not the moment, Nora. My phone buzzed again, but this time it was not a battery warning. Unknown caller. The screen showed a number with a Pennsylvania area code. It rang over Milo's call, vibrating in short, violent pulses. Someone's calling me, I said. Don't answer, Milo said. It might be the police. They won't call from unknown. They might have dispatch. It's not them. The call stopped. Immediately, a text came through from the same number. Open the note before it calls again. I read it once, then again. The words made no sense, and too much sense at the same time. Before it calls again. The cuckoo clock in the kitchen began to wind itself. That is the only way I can describe it. A ratcheting sound started inside the case, slow and deliberate, like someone pulling a chain tooth by tooth. But I wasn't touching it. No one was. The power was out, the room was dark, and the old clock was mechanical anyway, indifferent to electricity, ticking on its own little stored-up hunger. The minute hand shifted. Not to 11:08. Backward, just a hair. Then forward again. The little doors opened. This time, the beak came farther out. In the glow of my phone, I saw the tip first, then the curve, then a patch of skin around it that was not painted wood and not shaped like any decorative cuckoo I had ever seen. It was raw-looking, bare in places, with pin feathers stuck in uneven rows. The beak opened a fraction. A thread of saliva or moisture stretched between the upper and lower parts and snapped. It made the throat-clearing sound again. Small, irritated, alive. Then my phone battery dropped to 9% and the screen dimmed. Tessa said, very quietly, "What are you seeing?" "A bird," I said, because that was the safest word. "I think it's injured," Milo said. "Leave. The note says open it before it calls again." "What note?" "The text. It says, I heard you, don't open it. But if someone knows, they want you to do something. That doesn't mean you should." Another text arrived. "I am downstairs. Your brother won't get here first." I stopped breathing for a second, not because the message threatened me directly, because it mentioned Milo. I looked toward the front door. The hallway bulb flickered under it, dimming and brightening. The wet smell from outside seemed to creep through the threshold. "What?" Milo said. "Nora read it." "I did." He went silent. That frightened me more than his yelling had. Tessa came in sharp. "Milo, where are you?" "Ridge Avenue," he said. "Do not go in alone." "She's my sister. And if someone is waiting downstairs, you walk into them blind." "I'm not stopping." Their argument snapped back and forth through my phone. Two trained people suddenly dragged out of protocol by blood and fear. I stood between the kitchen and the front door, holding 9% battery life, with the envelope on the table and the clock making small, wet movements behind me. The concrete problem had changed. It was no longer just getting away from the clock. Someone was close enough to my building to know when Milo was coming. Someone had my phone number. Someone had pushed a note under my door and left something outside, and they were trying to make me open that envelope before the clock's next call. The power outage might have been old wiring. It might have been the storm. It might have been someone in the basement messing with the breakers. Every answer was bad in a normal, human way. That made it worse. My apartment building had 4 units. Mine, Mrs. Gorski, below me. A grad student named Eli across the hall who traveled constantly for his research. And a couple on the first floor I barely knew because they worked nights. The breaker panel was in the basement, behind a door that never latched properly. The front vestibule had a lock, but delivery drivers got buzzed in all the time. Anyone could have waited there if they looked like they belonged. I thought of Mrs. Gorski downstairs, asleep with her white noise machine. If someone was in the building, they were between me and her. My phone rang again. Unknown number. The clock answered before I could decline. At least that is how it felt. The little doors flew open, and the thing inside forced itself halfway out with a hard, scraping shove. One tiny wing, if it was a wing, slapped against the carved balcony. It was not wood. It was not painted. It was slick in places, matted in others, and too large for the opening. The beak opened wide. The sound that came out was not a cuckoo. It was a thin, warped imitation of a ringtone. 3 notes, then 3 more. My phone vibrated in my hand with the same rhythm. I dropped it. It hit the floor, bounced once, and slid beneath the edge of the couch. Milo's voice became muffled, shouting my name from somewhere near the dust ruffle. The clock kept calling. The thing in the doorway scratched harder, frantic now, claws or nails skittering against wood. Outside, someone moved in the hallway. A footstep, then another. I had seconds to choose. The envelope sat on the console table. The phone was under the couch. The front door was chained, but not braced. The kitchen smelled like hot plastic. I grabbed the envelope, not because I wanted to, because the person downstairs had mentioned Milo, because the power might already have been tampered with, because my brother was driving toward a trap with Tessa beside him, and because my worst flaw had turned itself inside out. I still hated needing help, but now I hated the idea of being the reason someone else got hurt even more. The flap tore badly under my thumb. Inside was a single index card, written in the same careful block letters. Do not let it out. Do not let HIM take it back. The key is in the left weight. I looked up. The clock was still calling. The left pinecone weight jerked once on its chain, as if something inside it had shifted. Then the old nail finally tore free of the plaster. The clock dropped. It hit the cookbook shelf, smashed sideways into the power strip, and burst open on the kitchen floor with a crack of wood and a wet, furious flutter. And whatever had been trapped inside began dragging itself toward the dark. The thing from the clock did not run. That was almost worse. If it had burst out and flown at my face, I could have screamed and swatted and later described it with the blunt language people understand. Bird attack, panic, broken glass, emergency room. Instead, it dragged itself from the wreckage in short, ugly pulls, one wing scraping the kitchen tile, the other folded wrong against its side. Its beak clicked each time it breathed. Not chirped, clicked, like a loose plastic cap being pressed on and off. I stood frozen in the living room, the torn envelope in one hand and the index card in the other, watching it move through the dim spill of light from the hallway under my front door. The cuckoo clock lay broken below the cookbook shelf. One side of the carved roof had split open. Gears and splinters scattered across the floor with bits of plaster and ceramic mug. The microwave display was dead. The air smelled sharper now, warm plastic and dust, and the sour animal stink that had leaked from the clock all night. Milo was still shouting from under the couch. "Nora, Nora, answer me." I dropped to my knees and swept one hand under the couch until my fingers hit my phone. Dust stuck to my knuckles. So did something hard and old, a popcorn kernel maybe, because my life still had the nerve to be ordinary in the middle of this. I dragged the phone out. The screen was cracked across one corner, but still lit. 8%. "I'm here," I said. "What happened?" The clock fell. "Are you hurt?" "No." A lie, technically. My hip throbbed from where I'd slammed the counter, and a thin line of blood had opened across the side of my thumb from tearing the envelope or grabbing broken wood. But nothing was broken. Nothing that mattered yet. "The thing is out," I said. Tessa's voice cut in. "Where is it?" "Kitchen floor, moving toward the pantry." "Can you leave through the front door?" The front door scratched again before I could answer. This time it wasn't a light scrape. It was a frantic skittering at the base, followed by a soft thump against the wood. Something small hit the outside of my door, dropped, and tried again. I backed toward the living room window. "My door's not clear." "Window?" Tessa asked. "Second floor. Fire escape S in the bedroom, rear window." "Can you get there without crossing the kitchen?" My apartment was shaped like a crooked letter L front door opened into the living room. Short hallway to the left led to the bathroom and bedroom. Kitchen sat at the back, open to the living room through a wide doorway. The bedroom window faced the narrow alley behind the row house, where the fire escape clung to the brick like rusted lace. To reach it, I didn't need to pass the clock. I could go from living room to hall to bedroom. "Yes," I said, "then go. Take your phone, keys, shoes if you can grab them without delay. The note says don't let it out." "Nora," Milo said, "I do not care what the note says." "I know, but if it gets into the building." "It already might not be the only one," Tessa said. That shut me up. The thing on the kitchen floor had reached the pantry baseboard. It paused there, head turning in small, jerky increments. In the low light, It looked less like a bird, and more like a bird assembled by someone who had only handled dead ones. Bare skin around the neck, uneven patches of gray-brown down, one dark eye too bright and fixed. A length of thin cord or thread trailed from its leg. Not thread, a tag. My stomach tightened. "There's something tied to it," I whispered. "Leave it," Milo said. The scratching at the front door stopped. For one breath, the apartment held perfectly still. Then a man's voice in the hallway said softly, "Nora." My name came through the wood with a patient, almost apologetic tone. Not Milo. Not anyone I knew. I moved without deciding to. Down the little hall, away from the door, into my bedroom. My sock caught on something sharp near the kitchen threshold, and pain flashed across my heel. But I kept going. My bedroom was dark, except for a gray wash of streetlight through the blinds. Clothes lay over the chair. My phone charger coiled on the nightstand, useless without power. The rear window stuck in humid weather always had. I shoved it up with both hands. It rose 3 inches and jammed. Behind me, from the kitchen, came that warped ringtone. 3 notes, 3 more. The creature had found the sound again. My phone vibrated in my hand. Unknown caller. I nearly threw it. "Do not answer," Milo said. "I'm not." The bedroom door was open behind me. From the hall, I heard the front doorknob turn. The chain held with a metallic jerk. Once, twice. Then the man outside chuckled under his breath, not amused exactly, more like disappointed. I shoved the window again. Paint cracked. The frame jumped another inch, then stuck harder. Cold rain blew in through the gap and dotted my forearms. Attempt 1 was escape through the fire escape. It failed because my landlord had painted the window shut and never fixed it, because I had complained once by text and then let it go, because that was another thing I did. I lived with broken things until they became part of the furniture. Now the broken thing was between me and air. "Nora," the man called again. "I don't want anyone hurt." That was the first time I understood he was not trying to sound threatening. He was trying to sound reasonable. It made me angrier. "Who are you?" I shouted. Milo snapped. "Don't talk to him." The man outside answered anyway. "My name is Calvin. I need what's inside the clock." Calvin Reed, male, somewhere middle-aged from the sound of him, stood outside my apartment door in the shared second-floor hallway. I couldn't see him yet, but his voice carried the careful steadiness of someone used to being obeyed if he stayed calm long enough. He spoke with a soft Pennsylvania accent and no obvious hurry, which was its own kind of pressure. "I called the police," I said. "I know." Of course he knew. The phone showed 7%. Tessa said, "Nora, listen. If the window won't open, barricade the bedroom door. There's no lock, dresser, chair, anything." I grabbed the chair first, then stopped. The front door was still chained. The bedroom was a dead end if Calvin got inside. The fire escape was jammed. The creature was loose in the kitchen. Mrs. Gorski was downstairs. Milo and Tessa were driving toward the front of the building where Calvin or someone with Calvin could be waiting. The trap was not one room. It was the whole building. "I need the key," I said. "What?" Milo asked. "The note said the key is in the left wait." "No, if it opens something, maybe it tells us what this is." "Nora, this is not a puzzle box." Then why warn me? Because they want you handling it. That made sense. It made too much sense. But the left pinecone weight lay in the kitchen near the broken clock, partly under the cookbook shelf. I could see it from the bedroom doorway if I leaned out. Dark carved metal, chain twisted around it. The creature had moved out of sight, probably into the shadow beside the pantry. The man outside knocked once on the door, gentle. Nora, the animal is sick. It has to be contained. Animal, not bird. Why was it in a clock? I called. A pause. Then because the person who sold it to you didn't know what she had. That answer revealed almost nothing and still managed to make the room colder around me. Tessa spoke in my ear. Ask him how he got your number. Don't, Milo said. Stop engaging. But Tessa continued, quieter. We need facts, so I asked. Calvin exhaled through the door. You wrote it on the estate sale pickup form. I remembered the clipboard at the checkout table in Lancaster. Name, phone, email, address for large item pickup, even though I had carried the clock out myself because I didn't want to pay delivery. A normal piece of paper on a folding table beside porcelain dogs and old casserole dishes. My skin prickled with plain, humiliating understanding. No hacker, no supernatural knowing, just my own handwriting. That was the misdirection, though I didn't know it fully yet. The unknown caller had felt impossible, intimate, like someone had reached into my life. Really, I had handed my information over in blue ballpoint ink because the woman at the estate sale told me everyone had to sign. The relief was brief. It did not make Calvin less dangerous. Attempt 2 was retrieving the key. I didn't announce it because Milo would have yelled, and because I knew he would be right. I set the phone on my bed with the speaker loud and pulled on the boots by my closet without tying them. My heel burned where the shard had cut it. Each step left a tacky half-print inside my sock. I grabbed a canvas laundry bag from the chair and wrapped it around my left forearm like a shield. Nora, Tessa said. She heard movement. Of course she did. What are you doing? Getting away from the window. Nora, I need the key. Milo shouted my name in the exact tone he used when we were kids, and I stepped onto thin ice at a frozen drainage ditch behind our old house. I moved anyway. The hallway between my bedroom and living room was narrow, with the bathroom door on the left and framed thrift store prints on the right. At the end, the living room opened into the kitchen. The front door was to my right. The console table with the envelope stood beside it. The clock wreckage lay straight ahead in the kitchen, 20 feet from the bedroom door. 20 feet is nothing in daylight. In the dark, with an injured thing loose and a man outside your door, 20 feet stretches. The creature clicked somewhere near the pantry. I stepped into the living room. The floorboards felt damp under my cut heel. Rain had blown in from the bedroom window, or I was sweating enough to imagine it. The clock's shattered face stared up from the kitchen floor, numbers split around the 6. Nora, Calvin called. You shouldn't touch the weights. I stopped. He knew. Either he had heard me, or he knew what I'd read in the note because he knew who wrote it. Why? I asked. The left one is sharp inside. That was not the answer I expected. Sharp how? No reply. The creature moved. A low scrape from behind the pantry trim. I reached the kitchen threshold and crouched. Broken ceramic glittered on the tile. I picked my way around it, keeping my wrapped forearm forward. The left pinecone weight was wedged beneath the bottom shelf, chain taut where it still ran through part of the mechanism. I pulled gently. It didn't move. Of course it didn't. I pulled harder. From behind the pantry, the creature snapped its beak. The sound was tiny and vicious. "Easy," I whispered, though I didn't know whether I meant the animal or myself. The weight came loose all at once. It rolled against my boot, heavier than expected. Not hollow light, dense. I grabbed it and backed out of the kitchen so fast my shoulder hit the doorway. The creature lunged. Not far. Maybe 6 inches. Enough for me to see its head and one stretched wing dragging behind it. Enough for the laundry bag to jerk as its beak struck fabric instead of skin. Pain still bloomed. A deep pinch through the canvas. I shouted and kicked backward, slipping on plaster dust. The weight banged against my shin. The creature retreated under the pantry shelf with a rasping hiss that sounded horribly like static. "Nora," Milo yelled. "I'm okay," I gasped. "You are not okay." I crawled backward into the living room, dragging the weight. My forearm throbbed where the beak had hit. When I unwrapped the canvas, 2 small punctures showed through my sleeve, not deep but bleeding, the skin already puffing around them. Tessa's voice changed again. "Did it break skin?" "A little. Wash it. Soap and water now. The power's out. Water still works. I need to open the weight. You need to clean the wound." The front door shook. Not from scratching. From a shoulder. The chain snapped taut with a sound like a struck fork. The screws in the frame groaned. Calvin said louder now, "Nora, unlock the door." "No, police are still minutes out. Your brother is closer. You are putting him in danger. You're the one downstairs. I'm trying to keep this contained." The second hit bowed the door inward 1/2 inch. Dust jumped from the top frame. I grabbed the left weight and ran to the bathroom. The bathroom was between bedroom and living room, a narrow little space with black and white tile and a window painted shut above the tub. I slammed the door, though the latch barely caught, and turned on the sink. Water coughed brown for a second, then ran clear. I held my forearm under it and scrubbed with hand soap until the punctures stung bright and clean. The phone, still on speaker in my bedroom, was now too far away. Milo's voice blurred. I wedged the weight in the sink and examined it. The pinecone was not carved wood like I had thought. It was metal painted dark with overlapping scales. One seam ran around the middle, almost invisible until water pooled in it. At the bottom, between 2 scales, was a tiny slot. Not a key inside, a lock. The note had said the key is in the left weight. Maybe it meant the weight itself was the key. Or maybe Calvin had been right about sharp. I picked up my metal nail file from the medicine cabinet and pried at the seam. The door shook again. This time, from the living room, I heard wood splinter. I dropped the nail file. Then came a different sound from downstairs. A woman yelling, "Mrs. Gorski." For a second, my mind made it worse than it was. I pictured Calvin attacking her in the stairwell, her small body folded against the umbrella stand, white hair loose from its sleep scarf. I ran out of the bathroom before thinking. The front door had not opened. The chain still held, though one screw had torn halfway from the frame. Through the peephole, I saw movement in the hall. a dark figure near the stairs, something raised in one hand, then a harsh metallic clatter. I flinched. The figure lurched toward my door. "Nora," the woman yelled again. "Your damn clock is leaking through my ceiling." Not an attack. Mrs. Gorski had come upstairs with a frying pan. Helen Gorski, 81, female, was my downstairs neighbor, a retired school secretary with a stiff left knee. A hearing aid she pretended worked better than it did, and a habit of calling everyone under 40 kiddo, even when furious. She stood in the hallway in a blue robe and rubber-soled slippers, gripping a cast iron skillet like a weapon. Her white noise machine must have failed when the power went out. Or maybe the impact above her kitchen had shaken her awake. The misdirection broke open into reality. She wasn't being hurt. She was angry. And she was directly between Calvin and the stairs. "Mrs. Gorski, go back inside," I shouted through the door. "What? Go inside?" Calvin's voice came from just beyond the peephole, too close to her. "Ma'am, please return to your apartment. Don't you ma'am me in my own building." "Mrs. Gorski," I yelled. "He's not with me." That she heard, her face changed. The skillet rose slightly. From the street below, tires hissed hard against wet pavement. Brakes squealed, Milo. A car door slammed. Then Tessa's voice, outside and below, loud enough to carry through the stairwell. "Milo, wait." Everything happened too fast after that. Calvin turned toward the stairs. Mrs. Gorski swung the skillet not at his head, thank God, but at his arm. The clang rang through the hallway. Calvin cursed. I saw only pieces through the peephole. His dark coat, Mrs. Gorski's robe, the umbrella stand tipping, water flicking from the carpet. The chain on my door rattled as something hit it from the outside. Not Calvin. Mrs. Gorski falling against the door. "Open up," Milo shouted from below. "No," Calvin barked. "Don't come up." That was the first time Calvin sounded scared. Not of Milo. Of what might happen if the door opened. Behind me, in the kitchen, the creature began imitating Mrs. Gorski's yell. "Kiddo, kiddo, kiddo." The voice was wrong, squeezed, and high, but close enough that my stomach turned. I ran back to the bathroom, grabbed the left weight from the sink, and smashed it against the tile floor. Once, twice. The seam split on the third hit. A narrow metal shaft slid out, along with a roll of damp paper, and something that looked like a tiny brass tool. Not a house key, more like a clock key, square-ended and stained dark in the grooves. My phone gave a dying beep from the bedroom. 3%. I grabbed the key, the paper, and the weight shell. When I returned to the living room, the front door frame had cracked around the chain plate. Mrs. Gorski was shouting. Milo was on the stairs. Tessa was calling for everyone to stop moving. The creature dragged itself out of the kitchen. It had the corded tag caught around one leg, and as it pulled forward, I saw printed numbers on the plastic band. Not a wild bird. Not exactly. Banded, tracked, kept by someone. The little brass key in my palm suddenly felt less like an answer than evidence. Calvin saw me through the gap as the door strained inward. His face appeared for the first time, pale and rain-wet, one cheek scratched, eyes fixed not on me, but on the thing crawling across my living room floor. "Do not use that key," he said. Milo reached the top of the stairs. Mrs. Gorski swung again. The door chain tore out of the frame. The front door flew open, knocking Mrs. Gorski sideways into the wall, and the creature on my floor opened its beak and copied Milo's voice perfectly. "Nora, run." Everyone stopped. That was the point where retreat disappeared. Because behind Calvin, down the stairwell, another sound answered from the dark first-floor landing. The same voice, Milo's voice. "Nora, run." Then a second creature began climbing the stairs. The second creature climbed the stairs using its beak. That is what I remember first, before the shouting, before the blood, before the smell of smoke sharpened from maybe to "there is a real problem in the kitchen." Its wings were wrong like the first one's wings were wrong, one dragging and one twitching open and shut against the stair tread. But its beak worked with awful patience. Hook, pull, scrape, hook, pull, scrape. And between those movements, it spoke in my brother's voice. "Nora, run." Milo stood at the top of the stairs with rain on his jacket and one hand on the banister, hearing his own voice come from below him. For one frozen second, he looked younger than 29, not scared in the dramatic way people picture, just emptied out, like his brain had taken a step back from his body to check whether it was still safe to live in there. Then Tessa shoved past him. "Towel," she snapped. "Blanket, anything heavy, that broke us loose." Calvin grabbed Mrs. Gorski under the arms and dragged her away from my doorway. She cursed at him with the full breath of an 81-year-old woman who had survived 3 husbands, 2 hip surgeries, and Philadelphia plumbing. Her cast iron skillet clanged against the umbrella stand, then skidded across the hall runner. "Don't touch me, you lunatic. I'm trying to keep you alive," Calvin said. "You kicked in her door." "I did not kick. Later," Tessa barked. The creature inside my apartment copied her on a half-second delay. Later. It was in the living room now, halfway between the kitchen and the couch, pulling itself over the floorboards with damp, stubborn movements. Its leg band clicked against the wood. The sound was tiny. I heard it anyway. Numbered plastic, maybe metal under plastic, tapping every time it dragged the bad leg. I still had the brass clock key clenched in my fist. The damp rolled paper stuck to my palm. The front door hung open, chain plate torn out, screws on the floor like little teeth. The hallway beyond it was chaos. Milo at the stair top, Tessa beside him, Calvin braced between Mrs. Gorski and the stairs. The second creature coming up from the lower, landing one ugly pull at a time. Behind me, the first creature opened its beak. Milo's voice came from the living room floor. "Nora, help me." Milo flinched. "Not much, enough." The second one answered from the stairs. "Nora, run." Then both sounds overlapped, one pleading, one warning, both him, both wrong. I understood then why Calvin had sounded scared of the door opening. Not because he was afraid of us seeing the creatures, because the hallway gave them voices to use. It gave them space to confuse us. It gave Milo a version of himself to follow. "Don't listen to anything unless you can see the mouth moving," Tessa said. That rule saved us for about 12 seconds. Milo pulled his backpack off one shoulder and tossed it into the hall. Medical kit. Tessa caught it. Calvin looked from the creature to the broken door and back again. "Contain the one inside," he said. "Don't let them meet." "Why?" I asked. He didn't answer fast enough. "Why?" Milo shouted. Calvin's face tightened. He was maybe late 40s male, with thinning dark hair plastered to his forehead by rain. Up close, he looked less like a villain than a man who had not slept in 2 days. His left cheek was scratched from Mrs. Gorski's swing, and his right sleeve was torn near the cuff. "They call better in pairs," he said. The kitchen gave a sharp pop. A blue-white flicker snapped under the cookbook shelf where the clock had hit the power strip. Then darkness again. The hot plastic smell thickened. Tessa turned her head. "Fire, maybe," I said. "There's an extinguisher," Milo asked. "Under the sink." "Of course it's under the sink," he said. The first creature dragged itself closer to the couch, toward the open doorway, toward the hallway, and the second one. Its beak opened again. This time it used my voice. "Milo, please." He shut his eyes for one beat, jaw flexing. I hated it. I hated the thing for knowing exactly which sound would reach him. I hated myself for wanting to comfort him when there was no time. "Milo," I said, my real voice too loud and cracked. "Look at me." He did. "I'm here, that's not me." He nodded once. Then the second creature lunged. It didn't fly. It launched off the stair with a frantic push of both legs and hit Calvin's shin. Its beak snapped shut through his pant leg. Calvin screamed, not a movie scream, a sharp, embarrassed bark of pain. He kicked without thinking. The creature held on. Its wings thumped the hallway wall, leaving wet streaks on the paint. Mrs. Gorski swung the skillet from the floor where she'd grabbed it again. The pan hit the creature's side with a heavy, sickening sound. It let go. Calvin staggered back into my doorway. The first creature inside answered with a string of noises layered together. Milo's voice, Tessa S. later, Mrs. Gorski's curse, and beneath all of it, the wet throat-clearing sound from the clock. It was not supernatural. It was mimicry, imitation, air and tissue, and learned rhythm. That did not make it less horrible. Parrots can talk. Starlings can copy alarms. Lyrebirds can imitate cameras. Knowing that did nothing when the sound wore my brother's panic like a mask. "Bedroom," Tessa said. "We need a room with a door." "No lock," I said. "Bathroom. Too small. Kitchen. Fire. Then bedroom, dresser against door. Window if we can force it." "We," Calvin said. Tessa looked at him. "You know more than us. Congratulations, you're coming." He didn't argue. That was how the choice narrowed. Not escape, not fight cleanly, not wait for police who still weren't there. Move everyone into my bedroom, block the door, force the rear window, and use the fire escape if it gave. Contain the creatures outside the bedroom long enough to survive the electrical problem, and whatever Calvin had brought to my door. We moved in a clumsy chain. Milo grabbed Mrs. Gorski first. She protested, then tried to stand and gasped. Her ankle had folded under her when the door hit her. Even in the dark, I could see the swelling beginning above her slipper. Milo wrapped one arm around her waist. "Lean on me," he said. "I don't need carrying." "I know. Humor me." Tessa moved backward, facing the hallway, holding her jacket spread wide like a net. Calvin limped behind her, blood darkening the lower leg of his jeans. I grabbed the broken door and tried to pull it partly shut, but the frame was too damaged. It jammed at an angle. The first creature darted, fast. For all its dragging, it could still move when it wanted to. It scraped across the floor toward Mrs. Gorski's dangling slipper, beak snapping. I kicked the laundry bag into its path. It struck fabric and tangled, thrashing. Milo hauled Mrs. Gorski down the hall toward my bedroom. The second creature hit the apartment threshold. Tessa brought her jacket down over it. "Now," she shouted. Calvin dropped to one knee and pressed the bundled jacket to the floor with both hands. The thing underneath hammered itself against the fabric, making muffled versions of our voices. "Now, now, now." I grabbed the skillet from the hall floor and slid it across the threshold toward Tessa. She pinned one edge of the jacket with it. It held, barely. The kitchen popped again. This time sparks spat from under the shelf, orange and brief, and the cookbook at the bottom edge began to smoke. "Extinguisher," Milo said from the bedroom doorway. "I'll get it," I said. "No," but I was already moving. The sink was 3 steps into the kitchen. The first creature was tangled near the living room rug, fighting the laundry bag. The broken clock lay between me and the cabinet, full of splinters, gears, and one little carved wooden cuckoo head I hadn't noticed before. The fake bird, the original. It had been removed and tossed back inside like trash. That detail hit me hard for no good reason. The real thing had replaced it. Someone had put a living creature where a toy belonged. The floor bit my cut heel with every step. I crouched, yanked open the cabinet under the sink, and knocked over dish soap, trash bags, an old sponge, a bottle of vinegar. My fingers found cold metal. The extinguisher was smaller than I remembered and dustier than it should have been. Behind me, the first creature freed itself from the laundry bag. It clicked once. Then it said, in my mother's voice, "Nora." I had not heard my mother's voice in the apartment that night. Not from Milo's phone. Not from anyone. For 1 second, I forgot to move. It had gotten that voice from somewhere else. A recording, the estate sale, the clock, my own phone. I didn't know, and the not knowing reached straight into the old soft place in me where grief still lived unorganized. "Nora," it said again. Not perfect, too thin, too young, but close enough to stop my hands. Milo shouted from the hall, "That is not Mom." The words cracked across the room. I pulled the pin from the extinguisher. First blast came out weak and powdery, startling me more than the creature. I aimed at the smoking shelf, squeezed harder, and the kitchen filled with white chemical fog. The sparks vanished. The cookbook toppled open, pages coated and curling. The creature lunged at my boot. Its beak punched through leather near my ankle. Pain shot up my leg. I slammed the extinguisher down between us, not on it, but hard enough to make it recoil. Then I backed out of the kitchen coughing, dragging the extinguisher with me. "Bedroom," Tessa yelled. Calvin had abandoned the jacket trap. The second creature was loose again in the living room, but slowed, one wing pinned at a bad angle from Mrs. Gorski's skillet hit. It still moved toward the first one, toward pairing, toward calling better. I stumbled down the hallway. Tessa slammed my bedroom door behind us. For 3 seconds, we were all in that small room together, breathing like strangers in an elevator after a crash. My bedroom had never been meant to hold 5 adults in a crisis. Bed against the right wall, dresser opposite, chair by the closet, nightstand with dead charger, rear window above the radiator, open only 5 useless inches, rain misting through the gap. The fire escape waited outside, black metal slick with water. Milo lowered Mrs. Gorski onto the bed. She went pale around the mouth, but did not cry. Tessa dropped beside Calvin's leg and tore the fabric around the bite without asking. I shoved the dresser toward the door. Milo joined me. The first impact hit before the dresser was halfway there. The door jumped inward. A beak stabbed through the cheap hollow core wood, punched a ragged hole, withdrew. Mrs. Gorski said very quietly, "Oh, I hate that," I laughed. Once, a broken sound. Milo shoved the dresser hard. It scraped across the floor and pinned the door shut. Tessa looked at Calvin's wound. "You're bleeding badly." It missed the artery. Did I ask? He looked at her, then away. She tightened a belt around his lower leg. Not a full tourniquet yet, more pressure than style. "What are these things?" Calvin swallowed. "Not mine." "No," Tessa said. "Real answer." He looked at the door as something scratched along the bottom seam. A private breeder outside Lancaster. Exotic corvids, minas, illegal hybrids, smuggled stock. I was hired to catalog the estate after the owner died. I found cages in a locked outbuilding. Most were dead. 2 weren't. "Hybrid what?" Milo asked. "Birds," Calvin said. "Smart ones. Sick ones, trained to mimic. Kept in dark boxes to make them call on cue. The clock was a transport case." "The clock was a cage," I said. He nodded once. The damp rolled paper was still in my hand. I unrolled it with shaking fingers. It was a page torn from a ledger. Names, dates, numbers, abbreviations. One line circled in smeared pencil. Pair B/vocal lock response/key wait. Do not release to CR Calvin read. I held it up. His face changed. "Explain," I said. The door thudded again. Milo moved between me and Calvin without seeming to decide to. Calvin's mouth opened, closed. I was trying to get them to a wildlife rehab contact before the estate company sold everything off. "Then why does the note say not to release them to you?" "Because the woman who wrote it didn't trust me." "Should she have?" He didn't answer. That was answer enough for the room. Tessa stood slowly. "Who wrote the note?" "Marion Valls, the estate sale manager. She found the ledger after you left. She called me. Then she panicked." "The woman who told me to be careful," I said. "She didn't know the clock was already sold when she found the rest." "Why didn't you call animal control?" Milo demanded. "And tell them what?" "That illegally trafficked birds with no clean paperwork were hidden inside antique clocks. By the time agencies sort jurisdiction, people destroy evidence. I've seen it happen." "It's your justification?" Tessa asked. "Break into her building." "I didn't break in. The front door was propped." "With what?" I asked. Calvin looked at me. A cold, practical answer formed before he gave it. "The second clock wait," he said. The second creature hit the bedroom door so hard the dresser jumped. Mrs. Gorski cried out. Milo put his shoulder to the dresser. "They're not trying to attack," Calvin said. "They're trying to get to the key." "The key to what?" I asked. "The transport latch. The clocks were built to open from the weight mechanism. Without the key, the inner cage jams. With it, you can lock them down." I stared at the brass key in my palm. "So we can contain them, one at a time, if the frame isn't too broken." "The frame is in pieces," I said. "Then use the case back, the metal plate." The bedroom window frame groaned behind us. Tessa had her hands under the lower sash, trying to force it open. "Somebody help me with this." Milo stayed on the dresser. Calvin couldn't stand right. Mrs. Gorski couldn't walk. That left me. I shoved the key and ledger page into my pocket and went to the window. Rain blew through the gap. The sash was swollen with paint and water. Tessa handed me the nail file from my bathroom without comment. She must have grabbed it when I dropped it earlier. Together, we scored the paint line, digging until white chips stuck under my fingernails. The door cracked around the beak hole. Milo grunted, shoulder pressed hard into the dresser. "Hurry," he said, we pried. The window rose another inch. Not enough. Tessa looked at the radiator below it, then the chair. "Break the glass." "In this rain?" I asked stupidly. "Nora, right." I wrapped my hand in a sweater from the floor, grabbed the desk lamp, and swung. The first hit bounced. The second cracked the pane. The third shattered it outward onto the fire escape with a bright, freeing crash. Rain came in hard, cold on my face. Outside, the metal platform waited 3 feet below the sill. The alley dropped 2 stories beneath it, slick brick walls close on both sides. Mrs. Gorski first. That was Tessa's call. Milo protested because of the dresser. Calvin protested because of his leg. Mrs. Gorski protested because she was Mrs. Gorski. But Tessa overruled everyone. "We move her now." Milo braced the dresser with one hip and reached for Mrs. Gorski. The creatures hit the door again. The dresser slid an inch. I grabbed its side and leaned with all my weight while Tessa helped Mrs. Gorski stand. The old woman's face went gray. "My ankle," she whispered. "I know," Tessa said. "I've got you." They got her to the window. Glass scraped the sill. Rain soaked the bedspread. Tessa climbed out first, then guided Mrs. Gorski through with Milo lifting from behind. Mrs. Gorski made one small, wounded sound when her foot bumped the frame. Then she was outside, alive. The dresser jumped again. This time the door split vertically from the beak hole to the knob. The first creature pushed its head through. Its eye fixed on me. Then it spoke in my voice. "I can handle it." My own words, my own flaw, thrown back at me in a thin, wet little imitation. I don't know why that made me so angry. Maybe because it was true. Maybe because everything bad that night had gotten worse each time I tried to prove I could handle things alone. I grabbed the cast iron skillet from where Mrs. Gorski had dropped it near the bed. "Milo," I said. He looked at me. "Get Calvin out." "No, get him out. I'm not leaving you." "I know," I said. "That's why I need you to listen." The creature shoved harder. Its shoulders jammed in the broken door. The dresser trapped its lower body for a second. I swung the skillet into the door beside it, not at its head. The cheap wood splintered wider. The creature recoiled, freeing itself backward. Milo dragged Calvin toward the window. Calvin nearly collapsed when weight hit his injured leg. Tessa reached in from the fire escape and grabbed his collar with both hands. From the living room, the second creature began calling again. Not voices this time. Sirens. Distant at first, then closer. Perfect imitation or real, I couldn't tell. That was the worst of their trick. They didn't need to fool you forever. They only needed to make you hesitate at the wrong second. Calvin got through the window, cursing and bleeding. Milo turned back for me. The dresser toppled. The bedroom door burst inward. Both creatures came through low, not flying, dragging themselves over broken wood and rain-wet floor. They were ruined little things, hurt and furious, and trained into something worse than hunger. For one breath, I felt pity so sharp it nearly stopped me. Then one opened Milo's mouth at me. "Nora, please." I swung the skillet at the floor between them. They scattered apart. "Milo, window," I shouted. He grabbed my arm. The first creature lunged and caught his wrist. He made a sound I had never heard from him before, a swallowed cry that went straight through me. Its beak tore into the soft skin below his thumb. Blood ran immediately, bright even in the dim. I kicked the creature's body away. It held on. Tessa came back through the broken window halfway, grabbed Milo's jacket, and yanked. The creature tore free with a strip of skin. Milo stumbled backward into the sill. I shoved him through. Then the second creature moved for the open window. If it got onto the fire escape with Mrs. Gorski injured and Calvin bleeding, we were done. I saw the broken cuckoo clock in my mind, the metal backplate, the transport latch, the key. The case wasn't whole, but maybe the backplate still was. Maybe. The brass key in my pocket pressed against my thigh. I could go out. I could leave it. I didn't. I slammed the bedroom door shut as much as its broken frame allowed, trapping myself inside with the creatures for the 3 seconds I needed. I grabbed the chair and jammed it under the knob. Not enough to hold long. "Enough. Nora," Milo shouted from outside. I ran past the creatures into the living room. Pain tore through my ankle where the bite in my boot had bruised deep. My cut heel slipped on dust and extinguisher powder. I caught myself on the couch, kept going. The kitchen was a wreck. White chemical powder coated everything. The broken clock case lay open like a gutted animal. I found the metal backplate under the shelf, still attached to part of the inner mechanism. A small square socket sat near one corner. The key fit. Behind me, the chair in the bedroom scraped. I turned the key. A spring snapped. 2 hinged wire loops shot out from the clock plate and locked open, forming a crude cage clamp about the size of a shoebox. A transport latch, Calvin had called it. Not magic. Not elegant. Just ugly specialized hardware hidden inside folk art. The first creature entered the hall. I grabbed the laundry bag with my bitten forearm, threw it over the metal loops, and shoved the whole rig toward the living room. It clicked at the sound. I made the ringtone noise with my own mouth. 3 notes. Badly. Ridiculously. The creature stopped. I did it again, louder, my voice cracking. It came toward me. So did the second one. Maybe they were trained to approach the call. Maybe they wanted the key. Maybe they wanted each other. I will never know exactly what worked. I backed into the kitchen, pulling the latch rig. Step, step, the creatures followed. At the threshold, the first one lunged. I dropped the metal plate over it and stomped the hinged loops shut with my boot. The clamp caught around its body and one wing. Not cleanly. It shrieked in Milo's voice, then mine, then a raw animal rasp. The second creature hit my shin. I fell. My shoulder struck the tile. My head clipped the lower cabinet, and the room flashed white. The second creature climbed my leg, beak stabbing through denim, claws scraping for purchase. I grabbed the broken pinecone weight shell from the floor and smashed it down beside the creature's head. Not on it, beside it. The clang stunned it long enough for Tessa to appear in the living room doorway with the extinguisher. She blasted the floor between us. White powder swallowed the creature. I coughed, rolled, and shoved the latch rig with the first creature toward her. "Window," she shouted. "No," Calvin yelled from outside. "Bathroom. Tub." It was the first sensible thing he had said all night. The bathroom had a door, a tub, no outlet near the floor, no open window, a temporary containment room. Milo came back in through the broken bedroom window despite Tessa screaming at him not to. His wrist was wrapped in a towel already blooming red. He grabbed me under one arm. Together, half dragging each other, we shoved the clamped first creature into the bathroom. The second followed the sound. Tessa slammed the extinguisher canister against the tile to herd it sideways. Milo kicked the bathroom trash can into its path. I pulled the shower curtain down, rod and all, and threw it over the creature when it lunged. It tangled. For once, something worked. Calvin crawled in from the bedroom window, leaving blood on the sill, and tossed me his belt. Around the curtain. Tight. We wrapped the second creature in plastic shower curtain and belt, hands shaking, everyone shouting over everyone else. It snapped through the curtain once and caught my thumb. I felt the beak hit bone. I almost let go. Milo pressed his bleeding hand over mine and held. Together, we dragged it into the bathroom. Tessa kicked the door shut. I turned the little push-button lock, a useless privacy lock. Then Milo wedged the dresser drawer he had ripped free under the bathroom door handle from the outside, jamming it against the hallway wall. Inside, the creatures thrashed. The bathroom shook with borrowed voices. "Nora, help me. Kiddo, later. Nora, run." Then the real sirens arrived. Not imitation this time. Red-blue light flashed against the rain-wet bedroom wall and slid down the hallway in fractured strips. No one moved. We stood in my ruined apartment, soaked, bleeding, coughing extinguisher dust, listening to the creature's call from behind the bathroom door, while police pounded up the stairs and shouted for everyone to show their hands. The conflict was over only in the most immediate sense. The creatures were contained. The small electrical fire was out. Mrs. Gorski was on the fire escape alive. Milo was upright. Tessa had not stopped giving orders. Calvin was on the floor with his back against my bedroom wall, gray-faced and holding his leg. But my apartment door hung open. My bedroom window was broken. My brother's blood was on my hands. My voice was still coming from the bathroom, begging to be let out. And in my pocket, damp and folded against my thigh, the ledger page with Calvin Reed's initials stuck to my skin like it had been waiting there all along. By the time the police reached my bedroom, I was sitting on the floor with my back against the dresser and both hands held out like I had been caught stealing. That was what my body chose to do. Not explain, not cry, not point dramatically toward the bathroom where two impossible living things were beating themselves against my old hollow core door and speaking in pieces of everyone I loved. Just sit, hands out, bleeding into my own lap. "Ma'am, keep your hands where I can see them," one officer shouted from the hallway. "They are where you can see them," Tessa said, with the exhausted fury of a woman who had been giving useful instructions for 20 straight minutes and had finally met people with guns who thought volume was the same thing as control. "She's injured. He's injured. We need EMS and animal control, preferably yesterday." Milo stood between me and the officers despite the towel around his wrist turning red. His face had gone that gray-white color people get when adrenaline begins leaving, and pain moves into the empty chair it leaves behind. "I'm a paramedic," he said. "My partner is a paramedic. There are 2 injured animals contained in the bathroom. Do not open that door." From inside the bathroom, in Milo's exact voice, something said, "Do not open that door." The younger officer, a woman with rain in her eyelashes, froze halfway through stepping into the room. Nobody blamed her. Officer Dana Klein, 36, female, was the first cop who managed to lower her voice and behave like the room was full of injured people instead of a scene from a bad prank channel. Her partner, Officer Mark Feld, 43, male, kept one hand near his holster and his eyes on the bathroom. Both were Philadelphia police officers, wet from the rain and visibly unprepared for a call that had come in as a possible break-in, electrical hazard, and animal issue all at once. "What is in there?" Officer Klein asked. Calvin, from the floor near the broken window, gave a small laugh that ended in a cough. "Evidence." Tessa looked at him. "Shut up." That was the first time I almost laughed and meant it. The next hour happened in pieces. Firefighters came first because of the smoke smell and the damaged power strip. They cut electricity to my unit and checked the kitchen wall with a thermal camera. One of them found a scorched patch behind the shelf and said, "You were maybe 10 minutes from a wall fire." In the same tone, someone else might use to say, "I was out of milk." Animal control arrived, then left the bathroom door shut after hearing my voice beg from the other side of it. That got a supervisor called, then a wildlife rehabilitator from outside the city, then state wildlife officers, then 2 people in plain clothes who spoke quietly to Officer Klein and looked at the ledger page longer than they looked at the creatures. Nobody opened the bathroom until nearly 2 in the morning. They taped plastic sheeting in my hallway. They brought in thick gloves, nets, rigid carriers, and dark towels. Calvin kept saying they needed low light and no sudden sound until Tessa told the officers he was either a suspect or a consultant, and they needed to pick one. They picked suspect, at least for the night. When they finally opened the bathroom door, every person in the apartment went still. The creatures had stopped calling. That was worse than the noise. The wildlife woman, Dr. Elise Harrow, 52, female, moved first. She had silver hair in a braid, rain pants over scrubs, and the patient, unhappy eyes of someone who had seen what people did to animals when money or obsession got involved. She crouched outside the bathroom with a towel held low. "Lights down," she said. The officers lowered their flashlights. The bathroom smelled awful. Fear, blood, wet plastic. The cheap lemon cleaner I used on the sink. The creatures were huddled in the tub, one still partly tangled in the shower curtain, the other clamped awkwardly in the broken clock mechanism. Their beaks opened and closed without sound. Up close, under real examination, they looked less like monsters and more like disasters someone had kept alive too long. Their feathers were patchy. Their legs were banded. Their bodies were thin under the matted down. One had a small brass tag wired above the band. B2. Dr. Harrow made a sound under her breath that I couldn't translate, but I understood it anyway. "Are they birds?" I asked. She glanced back at me. Yes, that should have comforted me. It did not. What kind? Not a conversation for right now. Which meant either she didn't know yet, or she knew enough not to say it in front of Calvin. They sedated the creatures with careful, miserable slowness. One of them fought the towel and copied Tessa's voice once, very weakly. Later, Tessa turned her face away. After that, the apartment emptied in stages. Mrs. Gorski was carried down the front stairs by 2 EMTs, arguing the whole time that she could hop. Her ankle was fractured, not just sprained. When Milo apologized to her from the landing, she waved him off with the hand not clutching the blanket around her shoulders. "Kiddo," she said, "I hit a mystery bird with a skillet. You think I'm blaming you?" Then, from the carrier in Dr. Harrow's hands, something whispered, "Kid." Mrs. Gorski stopped smiling. Nobody said anything for a while. At the hospital, they cleaned my wounds so thoroughly I saw white at the edges of my vision. My heel had a shard of mug in it. My forearm had 2 punctures and a bruise shaped like a small hooked beak. My thumb needed 3 stitches. Milo needed 8 stitches near his wrist and a course of antibiotics with names long enough to feel serious. Calvin needed deeper treatment for his leg, and he got it with an officer posted outside the curtain. Tessa refused treatment until a nurse threatened to document her as medically stubborn. Then she allowed them to clean a scrape on her cheek and check her shoulder. We were in the emergency department at Penn Presbyterian until dawn. Hospitals at dawn have a particular cruelty. The fluorescent lights don't change, but the people do. Night staff leave with flat faces and coffee breath. Day staff come in bright-eyed enough to make you feel like your disaster is already becoming yesterday's paperwork. A man 3 beds down complained about not getting a phone charger. Someone laughed near the nurse's station. A cart squeaked by with breakfast trays. The world kept functioning. That felt rude. Milo sat beside me with his bandaged wrist on his knee. He hadn't said much since the apartment. His hair was still damp. Powder from the fire extinguisher clung in one eyebrow. "I should have gotten there faster," he said. I looked at him. It was such a Milo thing to say that for a second I wanted to be cruel, to snap at him for making my fear about his performance. But his face was turned down, and his good hand was shaking a little. "You got there," I said, "not fast enough. You came up the stairs even after hearing your own voice tell me to run." He swallowed. "That's probably not making your point," I added. A small breath of a laugh left him, then nothing. I wanted to say I was sorry for not leaving sooner. Sorry for touching the envelope. Sorry for going after the key alone. Sorry for every time I turned fear into proof that I didn't need anybody. The words crowded my throat and annoyed me by being true, so I started smaller. "I should have listened." Milo looked over. "To you," I said, "and Tessa." Earlier, he nodded. but not like he was accepting a victory, more like he was too tired to argue with a confession. "Yeah," he said, "you should have. It hurt less than I expected." The legal part came later that morning, in a room that smelled like stale coffee and printer heat. Officer Klein took my statement. Then a detective took another. Then a state wildlife officer asked me to go over the estate sale again. The address outside Lancaster, the checkout table, the woman who said careful with that one, the clipboard where I wrote my phone number, the way the clock was wrapped, the feather behind it, the envelope under my door. They had found Marion Valls before noon. Alive. That was the first good surprise. She had locked herself in a motel room near King of Prussia after texting Calvin, and then me from a prepaid phone she bought at a gas station. She told investigators she had found the ledger after the sale began, hidden in a file cabinet in the dead breeder's outbuilding. By the time she realized the clocks listed in the ledger corresponded to actual items on the sale floor, 3 had already been sold. Mine was the only one she could identify with a full buyer name and address. "She should have called police," Milo said later. "She panicked," I said. "So did you. You still managed to not mail people live nightmare birds." I couldn't really argue. Calvin Reed was not arrested that night for animal trafficking, not immediately. He was held on trespassing, assault-related questions, obstruction, and a list of things that sounded both severe and temporary. The deeper investigation took weeks. His story changed in small ways. He had been hired to catalog the estate, yes. He had found the outbuilding, yes. He claimed he tried to keep the animals from disappearing into a private collector network. Marion's ledger suggested he had also contacted at least one buyer before changing his mind, or before being cut out. No one told me which. "Do not release to CR" remained the part everyone circled, and nobody explained cleanly. The creatures were taken to a secure wildlife facility in Pennsylvania. Dr. Harrow called them minocorvid hybrids once, then corrected herself and said the genetics were not confirmed. Illegal breeding, hand rearing, vocal conditioning, sensory deprivation, infection, malnutrition. Those were the words I was allowed to keep. Their mimicry was extraordinary, but not impossible. Their violence was fear and training, and pain braided together until no one could separate one from another. One died 2 days later. The smaller one, B2, the one that had used my mother's voice. I found out through Officer Klein, who told me gently, as if I had asked after a pet. I had not. Still, I cried in my borrowed sweatpants on Milo's couch while his shower ran down the hall and Tessa made tea neither of us drank. The other survived. That should have been a cleaner comfort. It was. My apartment was unlivable for 3 weeks. Smoke damage, broken door, broken window, biohazard cleaning in the bathroom and kitchen. My landlord, Mr. Alvarez, male, late 50s, arrived the next afternoon with a contractor, and the expression of a man trying to decide whether sympathy would cost him money. He stopped looking irritated when Officer Klein asked about the painted shut fire escape window and the faulty power strip area I had reported months earlier by text. After that, things got repaired quickly. Funny how that works. Mrs. Gorski came home with a boot, a walker, and a new legend in the building. She told everyone she had fought off an exotic bird smuggling ring in her robe. This was close enough to true that nobody corrected her. Milo brought her groceries twice a week until she told him he bought terrible tomatoes and sent him to a different store. Tessa and I became strange friends, not warm at first, just bonded by the kind of night that makes small talk feel insulting. She came with Milo to help me clean what could be salvaged. She found the original wooden cuckoo head under the refrigerator, wiped powder off its painted beak, and held it up. "You keeping this?" "No." "Good." Then she dropped it into the trash. I did keep the brass key. Not forever. Evidence took it eventually. But for 3 days, it sat in a sealed plastic bag on Milo's kitchen table, square-ended and dull, looking too small to have mattered. Every time I passed it, I heard the click of the leg band on my floor. The clock itself was taken apart by investigators. The back plate, the weights, the hidden latch, the modified compartment behind the doors, all of it photographed, bagged, labeled. They found dried blood in the seams, feathers, sedative residue, scratches inside the wood where something had tried to get out long before it reached my wall. That detail stayed with me. Not the beak, not the voices, the scratches. Weeks later, when I moved back into the apartment, everything looked almost normal. New front door, new bedroom window that opened so easily I kept testing it like a nervous habit. Cleaned kitchen wall, repainted hallway. The bathroom door replaced with one that had a real lock, though I never used it. The empty space between the pantry and cookbook shelf bothered me. So did ticking. I had never noticed how many things tick until I could not stand clocks. Ovens tick when cooling. Radiators tick when heating. Cars tick after parking. Pipes tick. Pens tick if a person is nervous enough. I took down every clock in the apartment except the one on my phone. For a while, I slept at Milo's place. Then I slept at mine with the bedroom window cracked open and a chair under the door, which made no sense because the danger had not come that way. Trauma is not an architect. It does not care about accurate floor plans. The last official update came in an email from Detective Alvarez, not related to my landlord, just a coincidence that felt annoying. The breeder's property outside Lancaster had contained multiple altered clocks, bird cages, ledgers, shipping materials, and remains of several animals. 2 clocks had been recovered from other buyers before anything inside them survived long enough to get out. 1 clock was still unaccounted for. 1. That was the subtle thread, I guess. Except subtle things don't feel subtle when they sit in your inbox at 1:13 a.m. and turn every antique listing into a threat. Calvin took a plea on lesser charges, while the larger investigation kept moving around him. Marion Valls was not charged, though she lost her estate sale license, and according to Officer Klein, cooperated fully after being found. Dr. Harrow stopped answering my questions after the 3rd email, not unkindly, but firmly. The surviving creature was alive, secured, and not available for public information. That was all I got. Spring came to Manyunk like nothing had happened. Rain turned warmer. People ran along along the canal path. Bars opened their windows on Main Street. My neighbors complained about parking, trash pickup, the usual things. Mrs. Gorski's ankle healed crooked enough that she swore more on stairs, but she still carried groceries she shouldn't have carried. Milo's wrist scar tightened when the weather changed. Tessa said that was normal, and then made him do his exercises. I went back to the frame shop. The first cuckoo clock that came in after everything was not even a clock, just a photograph of one. A family portrait in a Black Forest-themed restaurant, 3 kids making faces under a wall of carved wooden houses. My boss set the photo on my work table without thinking. I stepped back so fast my stool fell over. He apologized. I said it was fine. It wasn't, but it became fine enough to work around. That is how most aftermaths are, I think. Not healed, worked around. Months later, I received one piece of mail with no return address. Not an envelope under the door. Not damp, not dramatic. Just a padded mailer left with the rest of the building's letters. Inside was a photocopy of a ledger page I had never seen. No note, no explanation. At the bottom, below a list of clock serial numbers, someone had written in pencil, Pair A, sold private/eastbound/call response stable. 1 serial number was circled. Beside it were 3 letters. NB, I told Officer Klein. I gave her the mailer. She took it seriously, or at least seriously enough not to make promises. They tested it, logged it, added it to the case. Life went on again, because that is what life does, even when it should have the decency to pause. I still live in the same apartment. That surprises people. Sometimes it surprises me. But the bedroom window opens now. The door has a steel strike plate. The breaker panel in the basement locks. Mrs. Gorski has my spare key, and I have hers. Milo does not call me stubborn as much, though I see him swallow the word. On certain wet nights, when rain ticks against the back window in quick little taps, I still wake before the hour. No clock in the apartment. No pendulum. No carved doors. Just the refrigerator humming and the pipes knocking politely in the walls. And sometimes, from the alley behind the building, a sound rises thinly through the cracked open window. 3 notes. Not quite a ringtone. Not quite a bird. I never look outside right away anymore. That is the part that changed in me. I wait. I listen. I call Milo before I move. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is: the chalk drawings on my driveway are moving closer to the front door. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. By the time I noticed the chalk girl had hands, she was already past the oil stain. That was the part I kept looking at later on my phone, pinching the picture wider and narrower with 2 fingers trying to make the driveway behave like a normal driveway again. The oil stain was our fixed point. A dark, kidney-shaped blot near the basketball hoop, left behind by my brother's old Subaru the summer before he moved to Denver. Nothing on that slab of concrete ever looked closer or farther from the house unless somebody moved it. And the chalk girl, the one with the triangle dress and yellow hair and 2 dots for eyes, had definitely moved. Not a lot. Maybe 18 inches. Just enough to make me stand barefoot on the front step in a damp t-shirt, smelling wet grass and trash day, while the porch light ticked with moths above my head. My name is Hannah Beckett. I was 32 that June, living in a rented ranch house in Westerville, Ohio, about 20 minutes northeast of Columbus, if traffic on 270 wasn't being its usual stupid self. I taught 4th grade at a public elementary school, which meant I spent most of my year encouraging children to use inside voices, and most of my summer trying to remember what my own sounded like. I lived there with my daughter Lily, who was 6 and had the sort of imagination that could turn a cereal box into a hotel for stuffed animals, a cardboard tube into a telescope, and our plain gray driveway into an entire city of chalk people with chalk pets and chalk cars and chalk arguments. The driveway city had started the afternoon before. It had been one of those Ohio summer evenings where the sky hangs low and white until suddenly it goes peach at the edges. Lily had been outside in her unicorn nightgown, even though it was barely 6, kneeling on the concrete with her knees dusted blue and green, while I sat on the porch steps with a grocery receipt, trying to make numbers behave. Rent had gone up. Daycare camp wanted its second payment. My car needed brake pads. All ordinary stuff. All the stuff that can sit on your chest without technically being a crisis. Lily called the chalk girl Mara. She lives closest to the street, Lily told me, dragging a pink line around a lopsided square, because she likes watching cars. That sounds safe, I said. She's not in the road, Mom. Good. Mara can keep her bones. Lily gave me a look over her shoulder. She had my same dark blonde hair, except hers came loose from every ponytail like it had a private plan. Chalk people don't have bones. Then Mara can keep her chalk dust. That made Lily laugh, and for a while everything felt almost gentle. A mower coughed 2 houses down. Somebody's dog barked once, and then seemed to reconsider. A delivery truck rattled past with its side door open, making that metallic clack, clack, clack that always made me think of loose teeth. Our neighbor came over just before sunset, carrying a glass of iced tea and wearing rubber gardening clogs. The first other character to appear is Denise Alvarez, 61, female, my next-door neighbor on the left. Denise was a retired nurse from Cincinnati, practical in a way that could feel like a blanket or a verdict depending on the day. She had silver hair cut to her jaw, a sharp little laugh, and the habit of checking on people without making it sound like charity. "Your artist taking commissions?" Denise asked. Lily popped up so fast she almost slipped. "I can draw your house, but not your windows, because I'm still practicing squares." Denise held up both hands. "My windows have never been worth drawing anyway." She's building a whole neighborhood, I said, folding the receipt before Denise could see me doing math like I was defusing a bomb. Denise noticed anyway. Denise noticed everything. Her eyes flicked down, then back up. She didn't say anything about money. That was one reason I liked her. Lily explained the Chalk City in a fast, breathless tour. There was Mara by the street, a dog named Captain with 5 legs because he was running, a blue house, a purple house, a stick man mail carrier, a sun with eyelashes because Lily said the sun can be pretty if it wants. Denise sipped her tea. Ice clicked against the glass. You know, she said to Lily, when my kids were little, they used to draw hopscotch all the way to the curb. What happened? Lily asked. They grew up and started sending me texts with no punctuation. Lily seemed to accept this as a tragic adult illness. A car door shut across the street. I looked over automatically. That was one of my private habits, though I didn't like admitting it even to myself. I checked doors, windows, corners, parked cars. I told people it was because I was a single mom. That was true, but not the whole truth. The whole truth was that after my divorce, after all the little arguments that had taught me how quickly a normal room could become hostile, I had developed a talent for scanning. I could hear tension in a footstep. I could tell from a text bubble whether my ex-husband was winding up or calming down. I didn't trust quiet. I didn't trust probably nothing. I especially didn't trust anything that happened near the house after dark. But it was only Mr. Callahan from across the street, getting out of his sedan with a pharmacy bag pinched under one arm. The next character is Martin Callahan, 74, male, a widowed neighbor who lived directly across from us. He was retired from the post office, thin as a rake, and moved with the slow stiffness of somebody whose joints had opinions. Martin was friendly, but not warm. He waved every morning, kept his lawn edged like graph paper, and had a doorbell camera angled toward the street that he once told me caught more raccoons than criminals. He lifted 2 fingers in our direction. Denise lifted her glass back. Lily crouched again, working on chalk flowers in front of the blue house. Mara needs a sister, she said. No more sisters near the street, I said. Keep your people back where cars won't smear them. Lily dragged a new yellow circle closer to the garage. Fine, this is Tessa. She's shy. By 9, the driveway was busy. Chalk houses, chalk people, a long green snake Lily insisted was a garden hose, and a row of blue footprints that wandered from the basketball hoop toward the side yard. I took pictures because I take pictures of everything Lily makes. Not because I'm sentimental, I told myself, because things disappear. Rain comes, kids grow. You blink, and a creature with chalk on her nose becomes a teenager with a locked bedroom door. The next character is Aaron Price, 36, male, my ex-husband and Lily's father. Aaron lived in Worthington, worked in IT support, and had the smooth, tired voice of a man who could make himself sound reasonable even while making everything your fault. He was not violent, which people seemed to think should end the discussion. But he had a way of pushing until you apologized for being pushed. He called during Lily's bath. I put him on speaker because I had shampoo on my hands. Hey, Bug, he said, "You excited for Saturday?" Lily, with foam on her chin like a tiny sea captain, yelled. "We made a driveway city." "A what?" "A city. With Mara and Captain and Tessa and a mailman with no pants because I forgot." Aaron laughed. It sounded easy through the speaker. "Nice. Your mom send me a picture." "I can," I said. There was a pause, small, but I heard it. "I meant Lily can show me Saturday." "She will." Another pause. Water dripped steadily from the faucet because I hadn't turned it all the way off. Plip, plip, plip. "You still good for drop-off at 10? Aaron asked. "That's what the calendar says." "I was just checking." "I know," he exhaled, not quite a sigh. "Okay, no need to do the thing." My hand tightened around the plastic shampoo bottle. The thing meant sounding defensive. The thing meant remembering too clearly. The thing meant not being fun anymore. Lily was drawing a beard in the bubbles with her finger and didn't notice. After I tucked her in, I sent Aaron one picture because it was easier than having him ask Lily why I didn't. Then I locked the back door, the front door, checked the latch on Lily's window, checked the garage door from the kitchen twice, because the first time didn't feel like it counted, and stood for a moment in the hallway listening to the house settle. The air conditioner hummed. Somewhere in the wall, a pipe ticked. Normal sounds. I slept badly anyway. At 6:13 the next morning, I woke to the garbage truck groaning at the curb. It made that hydraulic animal noise, a deep metal whine followed by the crash of bins being lifted and dumped. Lily slept through it with one leg out of the blanket. I lay still, staring at the ceiling fan, already annoyed with myself for being awake. Then I remembered the chalk, not in a worried way, just in a mom way. I wanted to see if the dew had blurred it before Lily did, so I went to the front door barefoot. The porch boards were cool. The air smelled like damp mulch and diesel from the garbage truck turning the corner. Our driveway was shaded blue-gray in the early light. The chalk colors softened, but still there. At first, it looked the way it had looked the night before. Then I saw Mara. She was no longer near the street. She was halfway up the driveway, past the oil stain. I stood there with one hand on the doorframe, my fingers finding the little dent in the wood where Lily had once banged a scooter handle into it. I looked toward the sidewalk. There was still a chalk smudge where Mara had been, or where I thought she had been. A faint yellow dusting, a pink streak, nothing you could call a whole drawing. The new Mara was brighter. That was what bothered me most. Her yellow hair looked fresh. Her triangle dress had clean pink edges. Her dot eyes faced the house. I told myself Lily must have woken up earlier. Sleep drawn, dream drawn. Kids do strange things, except the front door had been locked. The security chain was still hooked. Lily could not reach the top deadbolt without dragging over the entryway stool, and the stool was still tucked under the console table with her rain boots beside it. I went to her room. She was asleep, mouth open, one hand gripping the ear of her stuffed rabbit. I checked her feet. Clean. No chalk dust between the toes. That made me feel ridiculous. And worse, I went back outside and took a picture from the porch. Then I opened my camera roll and found the photos from last night. There she was, Mara by the street, just above the seam where the driveway met the sidewalk. Yellow hair, pink dress, 2 dots, same drawing. Not exactly, I told myself, Lily drew the same princess shape all the time. Circles and triangles. Any kid could do that. Then I noticed the hands. In the picture from last night, Mara had stick arms, no fingers. In the driveway now, Mara's arms ended in 5 short chalk marks on each side. Hands. I made coffee and left it untouched on the counter. When Lily woke, she came out in her dinosaur pajamas, rubbing one eye. "Why are you staring weird?" she asked. "I'm not staring weird." "You are." I tried to smile. It felt like folding cardboard. "Did you go outside this morning?" "No, last night, after bedtime." She frowned at me with a kind of offended confusion only a 6-year-old can truly manage. "No, you said if I get up again, I lose tablet." "Right. Did I lose tablet?" "No, then no." I watched her walk to the window over the kitchen sink. She had to stand on tiptoe to see the driveway. For 2 seconds, she was quiet. Then she said, "Mara moved." The coffee maker clicked off behind me. "You moved her yesterday, maybe," I said, "before bath." "No, I didn't." Lily's voice sharpened. "She was by the street because she likes watching cars. Maybe the dew smudged it, and it looks different. She has fingers now." I hated that she saw it. I hated the plainness of her voice, the way she said it like she was naming a bug on the wall. We stood shoulder to shoulder at the sink. A robin hopped in the lawn, stabbed at something, listened, stabbed again. Across the street, Martin Callahan's blinds were open. His sedan sat in the drive with dew on the windshield. Nothing about the morning looked capable of hiding anything. Denise came over around 8, carrying a paper plate covered in foil. "I made too much banana bread," she said when I opened the door. "You live alone. I contain multitudes." I almost laughed. Almost. Lily darted past my legs. "Ms. Denise," Mara moved. Denise looked at me first, not Lily. That tiny nurse's glance, checking the adult before addressing the wound. "What moved, sweetheart?" "The chalk girl." We all went to the driveway. The sun had climbed enough to warm the concrete. Somewhere a weed trimmer buzzed, stopped, buzzed again in uneven bursts. Denise stood over Mara, one hand on her hip, foil plate in the other. "Well," she said, "that is peculiar." "You think somebody redrew it?" I asked. "Could be." "Who?" Denise looked toward the sidewalk, then at the houses on either side. "A bored kid, teenagers. Somebody walking a dog." At night, bored kids and teenagers are famous for not keeping office hours. That was sensible. I wanted sensible. I clung to it so hard I nearly believed it. Lily crouched and touched one of Mara's chalk fingers. "Don't," I said too quickly. She jerked her hand back. Denise noticed that too. "Sorry," I said softer. "It'll smudge." Lily looked hurt. "It's just chalk." Exactly, I thought. It should have been just chalk. Denise handed me the banana bread and lowered her voice. "You have that little porch camera still?" I did. A cheap wireless camera Aaron had bought after a package got stolen 2 years ago, then acted like installing it made him head of household again. It was mounted above the porch light, angled too high. Mostly it recorded tree branches and the tops of delivery drivers' hats. "I'll check it," I said. Inside, I opened the app while Lily ate cereal dry from a plastic cup. The camera had recorded 14 motion clips overnight. Moths. A cat at 1:42. A white SUV passing at 3:09. The garbage truck at 6:11. No person in the driveway. No Lily. No teenager. No chalk vandal with artistic continuity. But the camera didn't cover the whole slab. I knew that. It saw the porch, the front walk, part of the driveway nearest the house. The street end was mostly out of frame. I replayed the 3:09 clip twice. Headlights moved across the garage door in a slow white sweep. For half a second, the chalk drawings appeared flat and pale. Mara was still by the street. I paused. My thumb hovered. Then I dragged the timeline forward. At 5:37, the porch camera triggered again. The video showed nothing obvious, just the driveway in the gray before sunrise, empty of people, the maple tree shifting slightly, though I didn't remember wind that morning. A sound came through the speaker, thin and scratchy. SKRRT. Like chalk dragged once across concrete. Then again. SKRRT. SKRRT. The camera view did not show the street end. It showed the upper driveway, the porch steps, the front walk, the bottom of our door. On the edge of the frame, barely inside it, a yellow line appeared. I stopped breathing through my nose because the coffee smell suddenly felt too strong. The line extended another inch. SKRRT. Not fast. Not animated like a cartoon. Not floating. Nothing impossible on camera. Just the visible edge of a drawing being made by someone or something outside the frame. A curve of yellow hair. A pink triangle. A stick arm. Mara appearing closer to the door. My first thought was not ghost. It was person. Someone had crouched low enough to stay out of the camera angle and redrawn my daughter's chalk girl while we slept. That thought was so much worse because it had weight. Knees on concrete. Breath held. A hand moving carefully in the dark. Denise leaned over my shoulder. I hadn't heard her come inside. "Play it again," she said. I did. The chalk sound scratched out of the phone speaker. Lily stopped chewing. I locked the screen at once. "Go brush your teeth. But now, please." She slid off the chair, cereal cup clutched in one hand. "Is Mara bad?" "No," I said, and hated how quickly I answered. "Someone is being rude." That seemed to satisfy her less than a monster would have. When she was down the hall, Denise said, "Call the police non-emergency line." "And say what?" "Someone drew chalk." "Say someone was on your property at 5:30 in the morning avoiding your camera." I looked toward the front door. The deadbolt was turned. The chain hung in place. The house smelled like banana bread and coffee and Lily's strawberry toothpaste from the bathroom. Outside, chalk dust sat on the driveway in the sun. "I don't want to make it a thing," I said. Denise gave me a flat look. "Hannah, I know, but I didn't call right away. That was my flaw, or one of them. I waited until a problem became undeniable because I was terrified of being told I had overreacted. Aaron had trained that into me better than I liked admitting. Police, neighbors, school administrators, mechanics, doctors. I always imagined the same expression on every face. "Calm down. It's probably nothing." "Are you sure that's what happened?" So instead of calling, I saved the clip. I took more pictures. I walked the driveway and checked the chalk pieces in Lily's bucket by the garage. The yellow was shorter than I remembered. The pink too. That could mean anything. Lily used them most. Still, I put the bucket on the highest shelf in the garage and locked the side door. Around noon, Martin Callahan crossed the street in his sun hat. He had seen us all staring earlier, he said, and wanted to know whether the driveway art had achieved gallery status. I showed him the picture from last night and the picture from morning, but not the video. Not yet. He adjusted his glasses. Kids, maybe. You see anyone on your camera? My camera has been fussy. Wi-Fi keeps dropping. Could you check anyway? He looked at me then, really looked. Whatever he saw made the joke leave his face. I'll check, he said. That afternoon, the sky clouded over, heavy and yellowish at the horizon. Lily wanted to draw again. I said no. She asked why. I said the driveway needed a break, which was such obvious adult nonsense that she stared at me like I'd started speaking through a kazoo. At 4:20, Martin called. I don't have your driveway, he said. His voice sounded thinner over the phone. Mostly street, but I've got something. What? Come over and see. I looked at Lily, who was on the living room rug arranging plastic animals into a courtroom. Denise was already in her garden. I asked her to watch Lily for 5 minutes, and she said yes before I finished the sentence. Martin's house smelled like lemon furniture polish and old paper. He led me to a small desk where his laptop sat open. The footage was grainy, black and white, pointed at the street between our houses. At 5:32 a.m., the sidewalk was empty. Then someone entered frame from the left. Not a teenager, not a little kid. An adult wearing a light-colored hoodie, hood up, face angled down. Average height, maybe male, maybe female. They moved along the edge of my driveway and crouched low, disappearing behind Martin's hedge line and out of the porch camera's view. They stayed there for 4 minutes. When they stood again, they looked toward my front door. Even through the blur, that part was clear. The face was hidden, but the posture was. They were looking at the house, at my house. Then they walked away the same direction they'd come. Martin paused the video with one knobby finger on the space bar. You should call someone, I nodded, but my mouth had gone dry. When I got back across the street, Lily was on the porch with Denise, pointing at the driveway. Mom, she said, Mara has a house now. I looked. Above the chalk girl, closer to the front walk than before, someone had drawn a small square with a triangle roof, a house, 4 windows, a door colored in black. And from that chalk door, a dotted line led toward ours. Denise said my name quietly. In the distance, thunder rolled once, low and padded, not dramatic. Just weather coming in over Franklin County like it did all summer. Rain would wash the driveway clean if we waited. It would erase the drawing, the line, the little black door. It would also erase footprints, if there were any. Chalk dust, maybe fingerprints on the garage shelf if someone had touched the bucket. Maybe nothing useful at all. I stood there with my phone in my hand, Martin's video newly sent to me. Police non-emergency number already pulled up from a search. Lily pressed herself against my leg. Are we going inside? The first fat drop of rain hit the chalk roof and made one corner bleed darker. Denise looked at the sky, then at me. Hannah, decide. Call now and make it real. Wait for the rain and let it become something I could pretend had never happened. The driveway smelled like hot concrete and wet chalk, and the dotted line stopped 1 foot short of the welcome mat. The rain gave me 30 seconds to decide, and I wasted 20 of them standing there like the answer might come from the sky. A drop hit the chalk roof. Another landed in Mara's yellow hair and turned it the color of crushed pollen. The dotted line toward our welcome mat began to fuzz at the edges, each little circle swelling into a wet bruise on the concrete. Denise said, "Hannah." "I'm calling," I said. My voice sounded irritated, which was unfair because nobody was arguing with me except the part of myself that still expected someone to roll their eyes. I hit the non-emergency number, then immediately hung up when the automated menu started. I don't know why. Panic makes you stupid in tiny, specific ways. My thumb went to 911 instead, hovered there, backed off, returned to non-emergency. Denise watched me do it. She didn't correct me. That was kind of her. The dispatcher who answered had the measured patience of someone who spends all day sorting real emergencies from drunk raccoons in garages. Westerville Police Department, non-emergency. How can I help you? I told her my name, my address, that an unknown adult had been on my property before dawn, avoiding my porch camera, that they had drawn something on my driveway connected to my 6-year-old daughter's chalk drawings. I said I had video. I said rain was washing away the chalk now. There was a pause while she typed. I could hear the faint clicking through the phone. Is the person currently on the property? No. Did they attempt entry into the home? I don't know. They drew a line to the front door. A line, a dotted chalk line. Another pause. Denise looked away, jaw tight. "Ma'am, I'll send an officer when one is available," the dispatcher said. "Because this is not an active threat, response may be delayed. If the person returns or tries to enter the residence, call 911 immediately." How delayed? I can't give an exact time. The rain thickened. Not a downpour yet, but enough that the driveway began to hiss softly. "I have physical evidence outside," I said. "It's being washed away. Take photos and video from a safe place. Do not confront anyone. I already took photos." "That's good. An officer will follow up. Follow up." The two worst words when you need someone to stand next to you and say, "Yes, this is real." The first new person to appear in this section is Officer Sean Merck, 42, male, a patrol officer with the Westerville Police Department. He had a square, tired face, a buzzed haircut graying at the temples, and the manner of someone who had learned not to react too much until paperwork required it. He would not arrive for almost 2 hours, and by then the rain would make the chalk drawings look like something left in a flooded kindergarten sink. That was the time-sensitive problem. The evidence was dissolving faster than the system could move, and the person who had made it knew rain was coming. That thought arrived whole, clean, and mean. I looked up at the low, bruised clouds. The storm had been in the forecast since morning. Anyone could have known. Anyone who checked an app. Anyone who watched the local news. Anyone who stood outside my house at 5:30 and came back in the afternoon to add a chalk house before weather could erase it. "Mom," Lily said, tugging my shirt. I had almost forgotten her against my leg. That made me feel worse than the chalk. "We're going inside," I said. "But Mara is just chalk." I said it too sharply. Lily flinched. Denise's eyes cut to me, not scolding exactly, but close. I crouched and touched Lily's shoulder. "Sorry. I mean the drawing is chalk. You're not in trouble." Her lower lip bunched up. She looked past me at the driveway, at the dotted line bleeding toward the mat. "Why does someone keep touching my stuff?" she asked. There it was, the thing I hadn't wanted her to understand yet. Not that chalk could move. Not that Mara had fingers. That somebody had come close enough to touch what she made, close enough to leave a message where we stepped in and out of our home. I took her inside. The house had changed while we were outside, though nothing had moved. The entryway seemed too narrow. The living room windows seemed too available. The hallway toward Lily's bedroom looked longer than it had that morning. Rain ticked against the front window, a light little tapping that kept pretending to be a person at the glass. Denise came in behind us and locked the door without asking. "Do you still have that old baby gate?" she said. "What, for the hallway?" "Lily's 6. Humor me." I found it in the hall closet behind winter boots and a collapsed beach umbrella. Denise set it across the hallway leading to the bedrooms, not because it would stop anybody, but because it would make noise if someone moved through it. She wedged a dining chair under the back door knob. Practical, ugly, comforting. Lily watched from the couch with her stuffed rabbit under one arm. "Are we having a lockdown?" she asked. My throat tightened. At school, lockdown drills were tidy things. Lights off, door locked, children tucked away from sight, while an adult used a calm voice to lie without lying. "No," I said, "we're being careful because someone was rude outside. Rude people can still come in." Denise answered before I could. "That's why we lock doors." Lily considered this. "Can I watch Blue Eye?" "Yes," I said. "Absolutely." She had never been given screen time faster. While the theme song bounced brightly from the living room, Denise and I stood in the kitchen under the yellow dome light. Outside the window over the sink, the driveway blurred under rain. The chalk city was collapsing into pastel veins. "Send me the videos," Denise said. "I have them. Send them somewhere else. To me, to your email, to a cloud thing, whatever you do." "I know, you're doing that thing." "What thing?" "The thing where you freeze because you're trying to do everything perfectly." That irritated me because it was true. I sent the porch clip to Denise, then Martin's clip. Then I emailed them to myself with the subject line "chalk driveway incident," which looked dramatic and ridiculous in my inbox. I took more video through the window, narrating the time, date, and what had been drawn. My teacher voice came out, clipped and overly clear, as if I were explaining fractions to children with scissors. "This is Thursday, June 6th, approximately 4:32 p.m. The chalk drawing of a house and dotted line is being washed by rain. Earlier photos show," my voice cracked. Denise put one hand between my shoulder blades, firm, not soft. "Keep going," she said, so I did. The next concrete problem arrived at 4:46 in the form of a calendar notification on my phone. "Lily, parent pickup, errand 6:00 p.m. I stared at it until the numbers lost meaning. "Oh no," I said. Denise leaned closer. "What, Aaron?" She knew enough not to ask who. Thursday nights were Aaron's evening with Lily when he was buried at work. And our custody agreement, printed and signed, and filed with Franklin County Domestic Relations Court, said I had to make her available unless there was a genuine emergency. A hooded stranger drawing chalk lines to my door felt like an emergency inside my skin. On paper, in the kind of language Aaron liked, it looked flimsy. And Aaron, if he thought I was withholding Lily, would make it about control before he made it about safety. I called him. He answered on the fourth ring, already cautious. "Hey, you need to come here instead of meeting at the library." A pause. "Why? There's been something strange at the house." "What kind of strange?" I looked at Denise. She shook her head slightly, maybe warning me to keep it simple. "Someone came onto the driveway early this morning and altered Lily's chalk drawings. Martin has video." I called the police. Another pause longer. "Altered chalk drawings," Aaron said. The tone landed exactly where I knew it would. "Aaron, I'm not being dismissive. I'm trying to understand." "You sound dismissive. You said someone drew with chalk." "Someone came onto my property before dawn, avoided the camera, and then came back later. They drew a line toward the front door." "Is Lily okay?" "She's fine." "Then I'll pick her up at 6 like planned." No, there it was. The word neither of us handled well. The living room cartoon played a cheerful trumpet sound. "No," Aaron said, "not until police come." "Hannah, come on, don't. I'm serious. If there's a safety issue, maybe she shouldn't stay there tonight. Maybe I should take her." That caught me, because it wasn't entirely unreasonable. That was Aaron's gift, putting a reasonable hat on a selfish head. "Police haven't assessed anything yet," I said. "So you want to keep her in the house where the thing happened?" "The thing happened outside. You just said a line was drawn to the door. I am trying to handle it. I can hear that." "What does that mean?" "It means you sound worked up." Denise mouthed, "Hang up. I didn't, my flaw again." I stayed in conversations too long trying to prove I deserved to be believed. "I have video," I said. "Send it to me." "No, why not?" "Because you'll pick it apart and tell me it's nothing." He exhaled. "This is exactly what I mean." "What?" "You decide what everyone is going to say before they say it. Then you act like you're alone." The words hit closer than I wanted. I looked through the kitchen doorway at Lily's small shape on the couch, blue light moving over her face. "I'm not doing this right now," I said. "I'm coming at 6. "Aaron, I have a legal right to see my daughter. And I have a responsibility to keep her safe. Then let me take her somewhere safe." I ended the call because if I didn't, I was going to start shouting, and Lily would hear, and Aaron would become another storm in the house. Denise folded her arms. "He coming? Probably." "Good." I stared at her. "Good. If he shows up while police are here, maybe he'll behave." "And if police aren't here?" Denise didn't answer. At 5:08, the power flickered. Everything blinked once. Fridge hum, kitchen light, television, router. The house went silent for half a second, so complete that I heard rainwater rushing in the gutter outside the kitchen. Then the power came back, and Lily called, "Mom." "It's okay," I said automatically. Denise looked toward the ceiling. "Storm." The second flicker came 3 minutes later. This time the Wi-Fi did not recover. My porch camera app spun and spun, then said device offline. The baby monitor I still used as a camera in Lily's room, because I was the kind of mother who kept safety devices long past the age when other parents stopped lost connection to. The little screen on the counter went black except for a red plug icon. The house was still locked. We were still inside. But suddenly, Our cheap little net of electronics had holes in it. Denise pulled out her phone. Cell service. I had 2 bars, then 1. The rain turned harder, rattling against the metal awning over the side door. Thunder followed fast enough to make Lily pause her cartoon. Is the chalk gone? She asked. Almost, I said. Good. I looked at her. She didn't look relieved. She looked guilty. I went into the living room and sat on the coffee table facing her. Why good? She pressed the rabbit's ear against her mouth. Lil, Mara was going the wrong way, she said. What does that mean? She's supposed to stay by the street. Did someone tell you that? No. Did you see someone moving her? No. She rubbed the rabbit's ear harder. I just don't want her near the door. A sharp knock came from the front of the house. Not the door, the window. 1 tap, then 2 more. Lily screamed, a small, furious sound, and dropped the rabbit. Denise was moving before I was, 1 hand out to keep me back. She went to the side of the living room window, not in front of it, and angled her head just enough to see. It's a branch, she said. The maple outside the window had a thin, broken limb swinging in the storm. It tapped the glass again. Tap, tap, I laughed once, not because it was funny, but because my body had spent terror on a branch and wanted a receipt. Then Denise said, Hannah. I followed her gaze. On the inside of the living room window, low in the corner where condensation had filmed the glass, someone had drawn a small circle with 2 dots. Not chalk. A fingertip dragged through moisture. A face. For 1 stupid second, I thought Lily had done it. Then I saw the height. It was too low for her unless she'd crouched, and the smear was on the inside surface, yes, but the screen behind the glass was wet and slightly bowed inward, as if something had pressed against it from outside earlier in the rain. Denise checked the window latch. Locked. Did you draw that? I asked Lily. She shook her head so hard her ponytail hit her cheek. I believed her. Immediately, completely. I took a picture. My hands shook enough that the first one blurred. At 5:31, Martin called. His voice came through broken by rain and bad signal. Hannah, you there? Yes, I checked more footage. What did you find? The person came from the alley behind my house, not the street. They knew where cameras were. Denise leaned close to hear. Martin continued, and there's something else. Around noon, when you thought nobody was outside, my side camera caught someone by your garage. My garage, near the side door. Hood up, same person, I think. They were only there maybe 30 seconds. The garage, the shelf, Lily's chalk bucket. I looked toward the kitchen door that led into the garage. Did they go inside? I asked. I can't tell. The chair under the back door knob suddenly seemed childish. The baby gate seemed pathetic. Every lock in the house became a question instead of an answer. A car pulled into the driveway. Headlights smeared across the rain-wet front window. Tires hissed on the concrete, stopping just short of where the dotted line had been. Aaron. Damn it, I said. Lily stood. Daddy. I caught her before she reached the door. Stay here. Aaron knocked, then tried the knob when I didn't open fast enough. Seriously, he called through the door. I opened it with the chain still on. He stood on the porch in a navy rain jacket, hair damp, expression already set. Behind him, the driveway had become a watery mess of color. Pink and yellow ran in thin streams toward the street. The next character to physically appear is Aaron Price, 36, male, Hannah's ex-husband and Lily's father. In person, he looked more tired than threatening, with rain shining on his eyebrows and his work badge still clipped to his belt. His danger was not what he might do with his hands. It was what he could do with certainty, paperwork, and a calm voice. "Take the chain off," he said. "Police are coming." "Great. Then take the chain off." "No." His eyes moved past me into the house. "Where's Lily?" "Inside." "Hannah." Denise stepped into view behind me. "Aaron, not now." His face tightened. He hated being witnessed. "With respect, Denise, this is between me and Hannah." "With respect, a stranger has been on her property twice today." "Allegedly." The word made something in me go flat and bright. I closed the door, slid the chain off, and opened it again, not because I wanted him in, but because I refused to have this fight through a 3-inch gap while Lily watched from behind the couch. Aaron stepped inside, bringing rain smell and cold air with him. Lily ran to him. He crouched and hugged her, eyes still on me over her shoulder. "You okay, Bug?" She nodded against his jacket. "Someone made Mara bad." "She's scared," I said. "I can see that." "No, you can see that now because you came in ready to argue." He stood, still holding Lily's hand. "I came because you sounded unstable." Denise said, "Careful." The power went out. No flicker this time, just gone. The television died mid-syllable. The fridge stopped humming. The kitchen light vanished, leaving only storm gray window light and the dim emergency glow from my phone screen on the counter. Lily made a small noise. Aaron said, "Okay." Everybody calmed down. That would have been annoying on any day. In the dark, with the rain hammering and my camera offline and Martin's warning still ringing in my ear, it felt like a match struck near gasoline. "My flashlight is in the junk drawer," I said. Denise moved toward the kitchen. A sound came from the garage. Not loud, a soft scrape, then a bump against the door between the kitchen and garage. Everyone froze. Aaron whispered, "What was that?" Nobody answered. The scrape came again, slow. Wood against concrete, maybe, or a shoe sliding. The door to the garage was locked from our side. I knew that. I had locked it after putting the chalk bucket away. I moved toward Lily. Aaron moved toward the kitchen. "Don't," I whispered. He looked back at me, irritated even now. It could be the storm. In the garage, the power went out. Something fell. Denise returned with the flashlight and clicked it on. The beam cut across the kitchen, catching the white garage door, the brass knob, the deadbolt above it. The knob turned. Once, gently. Lily's hand clamped around my wrist. Aaron stepped back. The knob stopped. For a moment, there was only rain, rain, rain. Then something slid under the garage door into the kitchen. A short piece of yellow chalk. It rolled once across the tile and came to rest against Denise's shoe. No one moved. The deadbolt on the garage door was still locked, but someone was on the other side, and the only way out of the house, without crossing that kitchen, was the front door, where Aaron's car blocked the driveway, and the storm had swallowed the chalk line almost completely, leaving behind a faint, dotted stain that pointed straight at us. For a second, after the chalk rolled to Denise's shoe, all 4 adults in that kitchen became useless. That sounds harsh, but it's true. Fear doesn't always make people scream or run. Sometimes it makes you stand in your own house, staring at a piece of children's sidewalk chalk like it's a bullet casing, while rain batters the roof and your daughter squeezes your wrist so hard her fingernails leave little half-moons in your skin. The yellow chalk lay on the tile between the garage door and the kitchen island. It had been Lily's. I knew because she had bitten one end of it the week before, not enough to eat it, just enough to leave 2 small tooth dents in the waxy side before I caught her and said, "Absolutely not. Chalk is not a snack." Those dents were facing up now. Denise was the first to move. She lifted her foot away carefully, like the chalk might snap at her ankle, and raised the flashlight beam to the garage door. The door sat at the far end of the kitchen, past the fridge and the little wall calendar. It was painted white, scuffed at the bottom from grocery bags and Lily's scooter wheel. Above the knob was the deadbolt I had turned myself less than an hour earlier, still locked, on our side. Aaron whispered, "Call 911. That should have felt validating. It didn't. It made me angry in a hot, stupid way, because I had been telling him we were in danger for an hour, and apparently danger only became real when it touched something he could see. I dialed anyway. My phone showed 1 bar, then no bars, then 1 again. The call failed twice before it connected. 911, what is your emergency? There's someone in my garage, I said. My voice came out too calm, almost bored. They were on my property earlier. I called non-emergency. Now someone pushed chalk under the door from the garage into the kitchen. We're inside. My daughter is here. The dispatcher asked for the address. I gave it. She asked whether we could safely exit. I looked toward the front door. From where we stood, the route was clear enough. Kitchen into the small entry hallway, past the living room on the left, front door straight ahead. But outside, Aaron's car was parked in the driveway, headlights off, blocking the path to the street. Beyond it, rain turned the driveway into silver blur. The garage connected to the kitchen on the right. The back door was behind us through the laundry alcove, but Denise had wedged a chair under that knob, and outside that door was the narrow side yard, fenced on one end, with the trash bins and the gate that stuck when it swelled in wet weather. I don't know, I said. Maybe. Do not confront the person, the dispatcher said. Move everyone to a safe location if you can do so without passing the threat. The knob on the garage door shifted again. Not turning this time, just pressure. Faint click of metal and wood. Lily started crying without sound, her mouth stretched, but nothing coming out. Aaron reached for her. She leaned into me instead. That hurt him. I saw it cross his face even in the flashlight beam. The first attempt was Aaron's idea, which meant he pushed it like it was a plan and not panic wearing shoes. We go out the front, he said. Now, my car's right there. The keys, Denise asked. In my pocket. Your car is blocking us from running straight to the street, I said. Not running to the street. We're getting in the car. And if someone comes from the garage door is locked. Someone just pushed chalk under it, which means they're on that side of it, not this side. The dispatcher was still talking in my ear. Ma'am, stay on the line if possible. I told her we were moving to the front. It took us too long to cross 20 feet. The house had a simple layout, which suddenly felt like a diagram in my head. Kitchen at the back right, garage door behind us, living room at the front left, hallway to bedrooms down the center, front door ahead, basement door under the stairs, even though the basement was really a crawl space with a concrete landing and a furnace. The hallway baby gate stood across the route to the bedrooms like a bad joke. Denise went first with the flashlight. Aaron carried Lily now, because I made myself let him, and Lily wrapped both arms around his neck while staring over his shoulder at the kitchen. I followed last, phone pressed to my ear, feeling with each step that the dark kitchen behind me had become wider. Halfway through the entryway, something slammed against the garage door. The sound ran through the house. Lily screamed. Aaron bolted toward the front door. Denise grabbed the deadbolt. Then a second sound came from the living room window. Tap, tap, tap. The branch again. But in that moment, it wasn't a branch. It was someone outside the glass. It was the hooded person, somehow both in the garage and on the porch, and at every window all at once, because fear doesn't respect geography. Denise threw open the front door. Rain blew in sideways. Aaron stepped onto the porch with Lily, and I saw the driveway lit by one working street lamp at the curb. The chalk had washed into cloudy streaks. Aaron's car sat angled slightly toward the garage, engine off, dark and slick with rain. Then its alarm went off. The horn began screaming in sharp, mechanical bursts. Lights flashed white, orange, white across the wet concrete, across the garage door, across Denise's face, across Lily's bare feet dangling from Aaron's arms. Lily clapped her hands over her ears. "Turn it off," I shouted. Aaron fumbled his keys. The horn kept blasting. Every flash showed the driveway in fragments. The basketball hoop, the oil stain, the washed chalk, the open black mouth of the side yard gate. Open. My side gate was open. I hadn't opened it. Aaron found the button. The alarm stopped. The sudden absence of the horn left the rain sounding enormous. "That gate was closed," I said. Aaron looked. "Are you sure?" Denise said. "Don't start." Then movement came from beside the garage. A pale shape jerked near the trash bins. Aaron backed into me so hard my shoulder hit the doorframe. Denise lifted the flashlight. The beam caught white plastic, flapping. A grocery bag. It had snagged on the handle of the yard waste bin and was snapping in the wind, puffing and collapsing like a lung. Misdirection. Ordinary, stupid, terrifying. Denise exhaled through her teeth. Bag. But the side gate was still open, and from the garage behind us came another bang. The dispatcher's voice buzzed in my ear, thin now. "Officers are en route. Are you outside?" "Halfway," I said. We should have kept moving. Should have gotten to Aaron's car, locked ourselves inside, reversed blindly through rain if we had to. But Aaron stopped on the porch, one foot on the top step. "My car," he said. "What?" he pointed. On the driver's side window, drawn in wet chalk or soap or something pale, was a circle face with 2 dots for eyes. Below it, someone had printed one word. Inside, the letters ran in the rain, but were still readable. Inside. Inside the car. Inside the garage. Inside the house. Aaron said. That wasn't there. "No kidding," Denise snapped. The car was no longer an exit. It might have been nothing but chalk on glass, another attempt to scare us, but nobody wanted to put Lily into the back seat and find out. So the first attempt failed before we left the porch. We backed into the house, and I locked the front door with my hands, shaking so hard the deadbolt scraped twice before it caught. Aaron set Lily down, but she stayed attached to his leg. The little half moons she had pressed into my wrist had gone red. The dispatcher told us to choose a room, lock or barricade the door, stay together, and wait for officers. Bedroom, Aaron asked. No exterior door, Denise said. Windows too low. Bathroom, one window. Hall closet, I said. Lily whimpered. No. She hated the hall closet because of the vacuum. At 6 years old, in the middle of a possible break-in, she still had room in her body to hate the vacuum. Denise pointed toward the basement door near the kitchen entrance. What about down there? It's not a real basement, I said. It's a crawl space. Door locks. Hook latch from the inside. Aaron looked at me. You want to trap us underground? I don't want to trap us anywhere. The banging from the garage stopped. That was worse. Still noise gives your brain something to measure. Silence makes it invent. We chose Lily's room for the second attempt. Shelter in place, barricade, wait. It had one window facing the backyard, but it was small and the screen was intact. It was also the farthest room from the garage. To get there, we had to pass the hallway baby gate. Denise lifted it aside, and it clattered against the wall with a loud plastic crack that made all of us flinch. Lily's room smelled like crayons, lavender shampoo, and the stale dust of stuffed animals. Her nightlight was dead with the power out. The walls held taped drawings of cats, rainbows, and one very angry mermaid. I locked the door and helped Erin shove her little dresser in front of it. It scraped the carpet with a low growl. Lily sat on the bed, clutching the rabbit. Denise checked the window latch. Locked. Aaron paced 3 steps, turned, paced 3 back. He was trying to be useful and failing, which made him sharp. This is ridiculous, he said. Where are the police? Coming, I said. You said that an hour ago. I called non-emergency an hour ago. This is 911 now. He ran a hand over his wet hair. I should have taken her when I got here. Don't. I'm not blaming you. You are literally forming the sentence. Both of you, Denise said. Her voice was low, but it cut. Lily looked between us. Her face was pale, except for 2 hot spots on her cheeks. I sat beside her. My legs were starting to tremble, not dramatically, just the tired muscle shake I got after too much adrenaline and no food. I realized I had not eaten since a piece of toast that morning. My mouth tasted metallic. Rain tapped the window behind Lily's curtains, steady and close. The phone signal dropped again. The 911 call disconnected. I stared at the screen. No service. No, I said. Denise held up her phone. I have 1 bar, then hers dropped too. Aaron checked his. Same. The storm had knocked out the power, and for the moment, our connection to everybody outside the house. Then Martin texted. It came through as a single gray bubble before service vanished again. Not police. Someone in reflective vest near your alley. Don't open garage. We all stared at it. Aaron said, reflective vest. Could be utility. Could be, Denise said, could be police. Police don't usually come through alleys in reflective vests, I said. The message revealed something new and tightened the room around us. Someone was moving behind the houses, using the alley, wearing something that could pass pass at a glance for authority. Lily whispered, "The chalk person." "No," Aaron said immediately. "We don't know that." But his voice didn't carry conviction anymore. A thump came from the other side of Lily's wall. Her bedroom shared a wall with the garage. I had never thought about that much before. The garage ran along the right side of the house, and Lily's room sat behind it, cornered between the backyard and the wall where we stored paint cans, holiday boxes, and her outdoor toys. Another thump. Then a scraping sound, lower this time, like something being dragged along drywall. Denise moved Lily away from the wall. Aaron whispered, "What's on the other side there?" "Shelves," I said, "plastic bins, her scooter, chalk bucket." The scraping stopped. Then came a sound that made Lily clamp both hands over her mouth. A child's laugh, thin, muffled, coming from the wall. For one awful heartbeat, I thought of all the impossible things I had promised myself this story would not become. Chalk girls, voices in walls, a child laughing from inside the garage. Then the laugh repeated, tinny and warped. "Wait," I said. I knew that sound. I pulled Lily's curtain back just enough to let Denise's flashlight spill across the floor. Her walkie-talkie. Lily had a pair of pink walkie-talkies from her birthday, cheap ones that picked up truckers, neighbors, and sometimes nothing but static. One was in her toy bin. The other had gone missing 2 weeks ago. The laugh came again, followed by a burst of static and a voice. Not a child this time. A man's voice, distorted by the tiny speaker. "Mara wants in." Lily made a noise like she was going to vomit. Aaron lunged at the wall, as if he could punch through it. I grabbed his sleeve. "Stop," I hissed. "That's what they want." "To what?" "Talk through a toy. To make us open the door. To make us move." The second attempt, hide and wait, was failing too. The threat had found the room we chose. Maybe not physically, not yet, but enough to reach Lily through the wall with her own missing toy. Denise's flashlight beam shook for the first time. I noticed blood on her wrist. A thin red line. She had cut herself on the baby gate latch, probably, and hadn't said anything. The blood ran toward her palm, diluted by rainwater still on her sleeve. "Denise," I said, "I'm fine." No one was fine. The walkie-talkie crackled, yellow, pink, blue, the colors of Lily's chalk. Then, door, I stood. Aaron grabbed my arm. "Where are you going?" "To the crawl space." "You said that was a trap." "It has the old landline." What? I had forgotten until that second. The house had a dead-looking beige wall phone mounted at the bottom of the basement stairs, leftover from a previous tenant or decade. I didn't pay for landline service, but during a school safety training, a fire marshal once said some disconnected landlines could still call 911 depending on the wiring and provider. Maybe it was outdated. Maybe it was nonsense. Maybe it was all we had. "It might work for emergency calls," I said. "That's not a plan," Aaron said. "No, but sitting here while someone talks through our wall isn't one either." Denise nodded. We moved together. The geography mattered now in a way it hadn't before. Lily's room at the back left. Hallway to the center. Basement door near the kitchen, only a few feet from the garage door, which meant passing close to the place where the yellow chalk had appeared. Front door beyond the entry. Back door through the laundry area beside the kitchen. Garage on the right, like a dark lung attached to the house. We dragged the dresser away from Lily's door as quietly as possible. The walkie-talkie in the garage whispered static. Then it clicked off. The hallway outside Lily's room looked longer under Denise's flashlight. The baby gate leaned against the wall where we had dropped it. The house smelled like wet clothes, old coffee, and that hot electrical scent appliances make after power fails. We moved in a line, Denise first, then Lily holding my hand, then me, then Aaron behind us. I hated having him behind me. I hated that I was grateful for it. At the kitchen entrance, the flashlight hit the yellow chalk on the floor. It had been moved. Earlier, it had rested near Denise's shoe. Now it lay in the center of the tile, aligned lengthwise toward the basement door like a tiny arrow. No, Aaron whispered. I wanted to accuse someone in the room, not because it made sense, but because fear looks for the closest target. Had Aaron kicked it? Had Denise? Had I? But no one had crossed the kitchen since we retreated. No one except whoever might have found a way in. Denise swung the flashlight toward the garage door. The deadbolt was still locked, but the door between kitchen and garage had an old pet door at the bottom. I had hated that thing since we moved in, a square plastic flap from some previous renter's dog. I had taped cardboard over the garage side months ago because cold air came through in winter. The cardboard had been cut, a neat vertical slice, just wide enough for a hand. That was how the chalk came through. That was how it moved, human, grounded, worse. Aaron saw it too. His face changed. The last of his disbelief drained out, leaving him raw and younger looking. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't have room for it, not yet. We stepped toward the basement door. From the garage side, the pet flap lifted. A gloved hand pushed through. Lily shrieked. Denise slammed her heel down on the flap. The hand jerked back. Something cracked. Not bone, I thought plastic, maybe the flap frame, but the person behind the door hissed in pain. Aaron threw his shoulder against the kitchen table and shoved it across the tile toward the garage door. Its legs screeched. One chair toppled. He wedged the table hard against the door, pinning the pet flap closed. Denise sucked air through her teeth. Move. We opened the basement door. The stairwell smelled damp and earthy. Wasn't a full basement, just 6 wooden steps down to concrete landing with the furnace, water heater, old paint cans, and a narrow crawl space opening under the house. The beige phone hung on the wall halfway down, its coiled cord stretched like an old spring. I grabbed the receiver. No dial tone. I hit 911 anyway. Nothing. Then, faintly, a click. A woman's voice. 911, what is your emergency? I almost dropped it. This is Hannah Beckett, I said, words tumbling now. We called already. Someone is in our garage trying to get through the door. Power is out. Cell service is down. We're inside with a child. Stay on the line, she said. Officers are very close. Are you in a secure room? No, basement stairs. Behind me, from the kitchen, the table thudded. Once, then again. The garage door was being forced inward. Aaron braced himself against the table, feet slipping on tile. Denise grabbed a chair and jammed it under the table edge. Lily crouched on the top basement step, rabbit pressed to her chest, eyes huge in the flashlight glow. The dispatcher kept asking questions. weapons, injuries, description. I answered what I could. Then a new sound came from below us, from the crawl space, a soft scrape. I stopped talking. The crawl space opening was a black rectangle at the bottom of the stairs, covered by a plywood panel that never sat quite flush. I had stored nothing in there except a box of Christmas lights and an old paint tray. Inside, I knew there were foundation vents along the side yard, small, rusted, covered with metal grates. One of those grates lay on the concrete floor inside the crawlspace opening. I could see it now. Rainwater dripped from it. The point of no return arrived quietly, not with a crash, but with the realization that the person in the garage was not the only way in. The plywood panel shifted outward from the crawlspace. An inch, then 2. Denise's flashlight caught fingertips curling around the edge from below. At the same moment, the kitchen table slammed back hard enough to move a foot across the tile, and the garage door cracked open against the deadbolt chain of furniture. We were between them now. Garage above, crawlspace below. Phone cord stretched in my hand, 911 still connected, Lily on the stairs with nowhere safe left to retreat. And from outside, faint but growing, came a sound I had been waiting for all evening. Sirens, too far away. The fingertips at the crawlspace panel were bare. That is the detail I remember with the clearest disgust. Not the sirens, not Lily making that thin hiccuping sound on the step above me, not Aaron straining against the kitchen table while the garage door thudded and flexed in its frame. Bare fingers, pale, wet, nails packed with dirt. They curled around the plywood like they belonged to someone climbing out of a grave, except there was nothing supernatural about it. There was only our old foundation vent, a crawlspace I had never properly inspected, and someone willing to drag himself through mud and spiderwebs beneath my daughter's bedroom to get inside my house. I still had the beige landline receiver pressed to my ear. "Ma'am," the dispatcher said. "Ma'am, stay with me." I couldn't answer. The plywood panel shifted another inch. Denise swung the flashlight down, and the beam hit one eye between the gap and the floor. A human eye, wide, reflecting white. Lily screamed. The hand vanished. Then the panel slammed outward. I kicked it. I didn't decide to. I was barefoot on the third step, one hand wrapped around the phone, the other reaching back toward Lily, and my heel came down hard against the plywood edge. Pain shot up my leg, hot and immediate. The panel banged back into place, but not all the way. Something underneath it grunted. "Hannah," Aaron shouted from the kitchen. The table scraped again. The garage door had opened maybe 2 inches above the barricade, enough for storm air, and the smell of gasoline, wet cardboard, and old grass clippings to push into the kitchen. Denise grabbed the baby gate from where it leaned in the hall. She didn't hesitate. She jammed it down the basement stairs between me and the crawlspace, wedging one end against the stair rail and the other against the concrete wall. It was flimsy plastic meant for toddlers, not intruders. But the sudden pressure made the panel below us stop moving for one precious second. "Lily, up," Denise snapped. Lily could not move. Her knees had locked. Her stuffed rabbit had fallen 2 steps below her, one ear hanging over the edge. She stared at it like leaving the rabbit meant leaving a person. I wanted to tell her to forget it. I couldn't. So I bent, grabbed the rabbit, and shoved it into her arms. The phone cord stretched tight across my chest. "Upstairs," I said. "Now." The dispatcher's voice buzzed against my ear. "Officers are arriving. Can you get to the front door?" "No," I finally got out. "Garage and crawl space. They're inside the structure. My child is on the stairs. Stay where you are if moving is unsafe. Keep the line open. Keep the line open." As if the phone were a shield, the panel below us hit the baby gate. Once, twice, the gate bowed. From the kitchen, Aaron shouted, "I can't hold it." He was braced with his shoulder against the table, shoes sliding on the wet tile. The garage door kept pushing inward in little gains. The old deadbolt held, but the frame around it had begun to splinter. Each hit dropped white paint chips onto the floor. I saw the yellow chalk by the basement door, snapped in half now from someone's foot or the movement of the table. It had rolled into two pieces like bones. Denise looked from the crawl space to the kitchen to Lily, doing the kind of triage only a nurse would do in a house that had become a bad emergency room. "Laundry room," she said. "What?" I said. "Back door, side yard, gates open." The gate leads past the garage. It leads away from the crawl space. Aaron yelled, "Go." That was when the garage door cracked. Not open. The frame cracked. A sharp wooden pop, followed by a wider gap near the latch. A gloved hand shoved through at shoulder height and slapped blindly at the deadbolt. The hand wore a gray work glove with orange rubber on the palm. A reflective strip flashed beyond the gap. The vest. The same person Martin had warned about, or one of them. Denise swung the flashlight at the hand. It did nothing. She grabbed the nearest thing on the counter, my heavy ceramic utensil crock, full of spatulas and wooden spoons, and smashed it against the fingers. The person howled. The sound was ordinary and ugly. Male, adult. The hand jerked back, leaving a smear of blood on the white door. Aaron shoved the table again, hard, pinning the gap smaller. "Move," he barked. We moved, not cleanly, not heroically. I dropped the phone. The receiver swung against the wall, banging once, the dispatcher's voice still tiny and alive. Lily tripped on the top step. I caught the back of her pajama shirt and nearly pulled her backward. My injured heel slipped. I hit my shoulder against the hallway wall. Something in it went numb and then burned. Denise pushed us toward the laundry alcove, which sat between the kitchen and the back door. It was barely a room, just a washer and dryer stacked beside shelves of detergent, rags, and the emergency kit I had bought after a tornado warning and never opened. The back door was still barricaded with a dining chair wedged under the knob. Outside it was the side yard, narrow, muddy, fenced on the left by Denise's property, garage wall on the right, trash bins halfway down, gate at the front opening toward the driveway. If the intruder had come through the garage, the side yard might put us beside him. If the crawl space person got up behind us, staying inside was worse. There was no good direction, just less bad. "Chair," Denise said. I pulled it away. My hands were stupid, slippery with sweat. The chair leg caught on the rubber mat and almost toppled. Aaron stayed at the kitchen table. "Aaron," I shouted. "Go." The garage door hit again, He stumbled. The table shifted back. The gloved hand returned, this time with something metal. A pry bar, short and dark, hooked around the broken frame. Denise saw it too. She grabbed the emergency kit from the shelf and shoved it at me. "Take this. I need you. I'm behind you." Another bang from the basement. The baby gate broke. I heard it crack and tumble down the stairs. The second intruder was coming up. That sound made Aaron leave the table. He ran for us as the garage door burst open behind him, not wide, but enough for a man in a yellow reflective vest and soaked hoodie to force one shoulder through. For the first time, I saw his face. The next character fully revealed is Travis Bell, 39, male, a local handyman and occasional gig worker from Columbus, Ohio. At the time, I did not know his name. I only saw a narrow face with patchy beard stubble, rain-flattened hair under a hood, and eyes that did not look wild so much as focused. That was worse. He looked like a man performing a task. He lunged. Aaron grabbed the nearest kitchen chair and drove it backward into the door gap. It caught Travis in the chest. Travis swore and swung the pry bar. It hit the chair back with a crack that sent one spindle flying. "Out," Aaron shouted. I yanked open the back door. Rain slammed into us. The side yard was almost black, lit in pulses by distant red-blue flashes at the street, and the watery glow from Aaron's car headlights reflecting off the garage. Mud sucked at my bare feet. Lily held my hand, and the rabbit with the same desperate grip. Denise came behind us, one hand clamped around her bleeding wrist, the other holding the flashlight. We made it 3 steps before Lily slipped. Her feet went out from under her on the wet grass. I caught her under the arm, but her knee hit the concrete edging by the flower bed. She cried out, a sharp hurt sound, and I smelled mud, crushed mint, and the sour stink of the trash bins baking under storm water. "I can walk," she sobbed. "I can walk." She couldn't. Not well. I picked her up. She was 6, not a toddler. Her weight hit my bruised shoulder and bad heel, and for half a second black spots jumped at the edges of my vision. "Go to Denise S," I said. Denise's back door was across the narrow strip of yard, maybe 15 feet away, through a gate in the fence we used sometimes when she brought over food. But that gate was latched on her side, and the storm had swelled the wood. It stuck on dry days. Denise got there first and fumbled with the latch. "Come on," she muttered. "Come on, you bastard." Behind us, Aaron came out the back door and slammed it shut. A body hit it from inside. The door jumped in the frame. Travis was in the kitchen. From beneath the house, something scraped near the foundation vent. The second person was not on the basement stairs anymore. They had reversed or found another way through the crawl space, moving under us while we stood in the yard. The ground itself felt unsafe. Denise yanked the fence gate. It didn't open. She kicked the bottom. Once, twice. Her injured wrist slipped, and she made a sound through her teeth. Aaron reached past her and threw his weight against it. The gate burst inward, taking a strip of swollen wood from the frame. We spilled into Denise's yard. For one breath, I thought we had made it. Then her motion light snapped on. The white glare flooded her patio, her tomato planters, her little metal table, and the figure standing at her back door. The next character revealed is Colin Mayers, 27, male, from Grove City, Ohio. I did not know him then either. He was thinner than Travis, wearing a dark rain poncho and black knit gloves. His face was partly covered by a blue disposable mask, the kind people kept in glove compartments long after the pandemic stopped being daily news. In one hand, he held Lily's pink walkie-talkie. In the other, a length of duct tape dangled from the roll. He had been waiting at Denise's door. Not a ghost, not chalk. A man in cheap rain gear with tape. Lily saw the walkie-talkie and began to make a sound I had never heard from her before, a low animal sob from the bottom of her lungs. Colin raised both hands slightly, as if calming a dog. "Don't make this worse," he said. His voice was the one from the wall, warped now only by rain and his mask. "We don't want anybody hurt." Aaron stepped in front of us. "Back up." Colin looked past him at Lily. "Just her," he said. "There are sentences that divide your life into before and after. That was one. Just her. Everything narrowed. The rain. The sirens. Denise's porch light. Aaron's shoulders. The duct tape. Lily's wet hair stuck to her cheek. My own heartbeat thudding in my injured foot. I reached into the emergency kit Denise had shoved at me. My hand closed around something hard plastic, an emergency whistle. Not helpful. Then a small metal flashlight. Then, at the bottom, a can of wasp spray. Denise had packed it because she was Denise and believed danger came in practical categories: storms, cuts, wasps. Colin took one step forward. Aaron swung at him. It was not a movie punch. Aaron was wet, scared, and off balance. Colin ducked halfway, and Aaron's fist clipped his ear instead of his jaw. Colin slammed the walkie-talkie into Aaron's temple. The plastic cracked. Aaron dropped to one knee in the mud, stunned. Lily screamed, "Daddy!" Travis burst through the broken fence gate behind us. Now they had us pinned between Denise's patio and the side fence. Colin by her back door. Travis at the gate. 2 men. 1 child. No clean exit. No time. I pulled the wasp spray and aimed at Colin's face. "Hannah," Denise said, but I had already pressed the nozzle. A thin stream shot through the rain and hit Colin across the mask and eyes. He screamed. He dropped the tape, dropped the broken walkie-talkie. Both hands went to his face as he stumbled backward into Denise's metal patio table. It collapsed under him with a clatter of glass and tin that seemed too loud to belong to us. Travis ran at me. Denise stepped into him. Not away. Into. She drove the flashlight up under his chin with both hands. His teeth clicked audibly. The pry bar fell into the grass. Travis shoved her hard. Denise hit the fence shoulder first and went down, her head striking the wet post with a dull sound that turned my stomach. "Denise," I shouted. Travis reached for Lily. Aaron came up from the mud and tackled him at the knees. They both went down. Aaron screamed immediately. At first, I thought Travis had stabbed him. Then I saw Aaron's leg twisted under him, ankle caught between Travis's body and the broken gate frame. A bad angle. Too bad. Travis rolled, swinging an elbow into Aaron's ribs. Aaron held on anyway, arms locked around Travis's legs, face pressed into the mud. "Run," Aaron shouted. I couldn't run with Lily. Not far, My heel burned. My shoulder throbbed. Lily's knee was bleeding through her pajama pants, and she was shaking too hard to hold on. The sirens were louder now, close enough that red and blue light pulsed against the wet branches beyond Denise's house. But not here yet. Colin was still screaming on the patio, clawing at his eyes. Travis kicked free of Aaron and grabbed the pry bar. The pry bar, the garage, the chalk, the dotted line, the pet door, the crawl space. All of it had been designed to move us. Not into our driveway, not out the front. Here, into Denise's yard, where Colin had waited with tape. They had not come to scare us. They had come to take Lily. I saw that completely then, and the fear became something cleaner. I set Lily down behind Denise's tomato planters. "Stay low," I said. "Mom, stay low." I grabbed one of Denise's metal garden stakes from the planter. It was a thin green pole, not a weapon, until there was nothing else. Travis came at us with the pry bar raised. I swung the stake at his hand. It bent on impact. He cursed, but didn't drop the bar. He hit me with his free arm, not even a proper punch, just a hard shove across my chest. I fell backward into the planter. The edge caught my ribs. Soil spilled into my shirt. For a second, I couldn't breathe. Travis reached past me, for Lily. A flashlight beam hit his face. Not Denise S. Brighter. "Police. Drop it." Officer Sean Rourke came around the side of Denise's house with his service weapon drawn, rain running off the brim of his cap. Behind him was another officer, female, younger, radio at her shoulder. The final new character to appear is Officer Mia Jensen, 29, female, a Westerville patrol officer. She moved fast but controlled, soaked through her uniform, her attention split between Colin on the patio, Travis with the pry bar, and Lily crouched behind the planters. "Drop the weapon," Rourke shouted. Travis did not drop it. He turned, not toward Rourke, toward Lily. That choice decided everything. Rourke fired the taser. The probes hit Travis's vest and thigh. There was a sharp electric clatter. Travis locked up and fell sideways into the mud, missing Lily by less than a foot. The pry bar skidded across the patio and struck the broken walkie-talkie. Officer Jensen moved on Colin, who was half blind and retching near the collapsed table. "Hands out. Hands where I can see them," Colin sobbed. I can't see. Hands out." Aaron tried to stand and collapsed with a sound that was almost a groan and almost a yell. Denise was on her side by the fence, conscious but dazed. Blood ran from a cut near her hairline, pink in the rain. Lily crawled to me. I pulled her in with both arms and held her so tightly she squeaked. "Mom," she said into my neck. "Mom, you're hurting me." I loosened my grip, but not enough. Rourke handcuffed Travis face down in the mud. Travis kept saying, "We didn't touch her, as if that mattered. As if intention only counted after contact. Jensen dragged Colin's hands behind his back and cuffed him while he cried through the wasp spray burning his eyes. The rain washed white foam down his mask and chin. More officers arrived through the driveway, their boots splashing through what was left of the chalk city. Red and blue lights strobed across my house, Denise's fence, Aaron's car, the open garage door, the broken gate. Radios crackled. Someone said medics en route. Someone else cleared the garage. I heard an officer call from inside my house. Kitchen clear. Another, garage clear. Then, after a longer pause, crawl space clear. Vent removed clear. The word should have fixed something. It didn't. It only marked the shape of what had almost happened. Aaron lay in the grass with both hands over his face, while Officer Jensen checked his ankle. He was crying quietly, from pain or fear or both. Denise kept trying to sit up, insisting she was fine in a voice so slurred that even Lily looked unconvinced. I sat in the mud beside the tomato planters, Lily in my lap, my bad heel throbbing, ribs aching, shoulder numb. My body had become a list of damages I would understand later. Officer Work crouched in front of me. "Hannah," he said, "can you hear me?" I nodded. "Is this your daughter?" Another nod. "Is she injured?" "Her knee," I said. "She fell, her knee." Lily lifted her face. They had my walkie-talkie. Work's expression shifted just slightly. "We have it," he said. I looked toward the patio. The pink plastic lay broken beside the pry bar, one antenna bent, one sticker peeling off from the rain. Near it, on the wet concrete, chalk dust had washed from Travis's gloves and formed a faint yellow smear. A line. Even here. The medics came next, moving with calm speed, cutting through the yard carrying bags and a stretcher folded like a metal insect. They checked Lily first, because I would not let them touch me until they did. Her knee was scraped and bruised, but not broken. They wrapped Denise's wrist and pressed gauze to her head. They splinted Aaron's ankle while he swore into the grass. They asked me where I hurt, and I said nowhere, which made Denise laugh once and then wince. Officer Jensen searched Colin's poncho pockets. She found zip ties, a folded map printed from a real estate website showing the outline of my house, a photo of Lily's Chalk City printed on cheap paper, and 3 pieces of chalk wrapped in a plastic sandwich bag. Pink, yellow, blue. Aaron looked at me from the ground. For once, he had nothing to say. The conflict ended there in the practical sense. 2 men cuffed, police on scene, medics in the yard, my daughter alive, breathing, shivering against me. But endings are not clean when they happen in mud. As Travis was hauled to his feet, he turned his head toward us. His face was streaked with rain, chalk dust, and blood from his smashed fingers. He smiled, not wide, not theatrical, just enough. Then he said, "We weren't the first ones to draw her." Rourke pushed his head down and shoved him toward the driveway. "Keep walking." I told myself it was a tactic, one last hook, one last cruelty. Maybe it was. Lily had stopped crying. She was staring at the broken walkie-talkie. I followed her gaze and saw, half hidden under the collapsed patio table, a small chalk drawing I had not noticed before. A circle head, a triangle dress, yellow hair, drawn on Denise's patio under the shelter of the table where the rain had not quite reached. Mara, already waiting there before we ran out. The ambulance smelled like rainwater, latex gloves, and somebody else's fear. That sounds melodramatic, but it was. Fear has a smell when it gets trapped in a small space with wet clothes and antiseptic wipes. It comes off skin in sour little waves. It clings to blankets. It sits in the back of your throat while a paramedic shines a penlight in your daughter's eyes and asks her to follow the glow. Lily did what she was told. That was the part that broke me a little. She sat on the bench seat with a foil blanket around her shoulders, mud drying on her pajama cuffs, her stuffed rabbit tucked under one arm like a witness. Her scraped knee had been cleaned and bandaged. The paramedic had let her choose the wrap color from a roll of cartoon-patterned gauze, and she picked blue because, she said, yellow is not good tonight. No one argued. The first person to appear in the aftermath is Marissa Kent, 38, female, a paramedic with Westerville Division of Fire. She had a low voice, steady hands, and the gift of speaking to Lily without pretending she was much younger than she was. She told Lily every step before she did it. Wipe, sting, bandage, light in the eyes, fingers squeeze mine. Good, you're doing great, Marissa said. Lily stared at the ambulance floor. Are they going to jail? For tonight, yes, Officer Jensen said from outside the open ambulance doors. She had changed gloves, but not expression. Rain ran from the brim of her cap. Behind her, Denise's backyard looked like a set after the play was over. Broken gate hanging crooked, tomato soil spilled black across the patio, metal table folded on itself, police flashlights crossing and uncrossing like pale insects. Lily asked, for tomorrow. Jensen glanced at me before answering. They're not going home tomorrow. That was careful, honest enough. I appreciated it. My own injuries sounded minor when listed, which made them feel embarrassing. Bruised ribs, bruised shoulder, cut on my palm I didn't remember getting, a heel sprained from kicking the crawlspace panel. Nothing broken, nothing that required lights and sirens. But every time someone touched me, my body tried to leave. Marissa wrapped my palm while I watched through the ambulance doors as Aaron was loaded into a second ambulance. His ankle was broken, not sprained. Broken in 2 places, the younger paramedic said, and likely needing surgery if the orthopedic doctor didn't like the alignment. Aaron heard that and stared up at the rain-dark sky as if it had personally betrayed him. When they lifted the stretcher, he turned his head toward me. Hannah. I went over because Lily was still in Marissa's care, and because I didn't know what else to do. Aaron's face was mud-streaked and gray. The cut on his temple had been glued shut with a butterfly bandage, and his left eye was already swelling at the corner. I'm sorry, he said. Said it once in the house, but that had been during the worst of it, when apology and survival were tangled. This was different. He was looking straight at me. No tone, no argument waiting under the words. I folded my arms, then unfolded them because my ribs objected. I know, no, I mean, he swallowed, eyes squeezing shut for a second as the stretcher jolted. I heard you, and I still made you prove it. I looked toward Lily in the other ambulance. She was watching us, not blinking much. Not now, I said softly. He nodded. Okay. But he looked relieved. Not forgiven. Just relieved that I had not used the moment to cut him back. The next person to become part of the aftermath is Detective Nora Sweeney, 45, female, a detective with Westerville Police. She arrived in plain clothes under a rain jacket, with short brown hair, tired eyes, and a small notebook she kept dry inside a plastic evidence bag. She did not rush us. She watched the yard, the house, the chalk-smudged driveway, and the broken garage door before she asked her first question, which made me trust her more than if she had started with sympathy. "Mrs. Beckett." "Ms.," I said automatically. "Ms. Beckett, I'm Detective Sweeney. I know medics are still checking you. I'm not going to do a full statement here. I need a few things before you leave. Is that okay?" I almost said yes, because adults with official voices still did that to me. Then I looked at Lily. "No," I said, "not in front of her." Sweeney didn't blink. "Fair, we'll step away." That simple acceptance did something to my spine. Straightened it, maybe. I told Sweeney the fast version beside Denise's fence, while another officer photographed the patio chalk drawing under the collapsed table. The little Mara there looked softer than the driveway one, protected from rain by the angle of the metal tabletop. Yellow hair, pink dress, dot eyes, waiting. Sweeney crouched to look at it without touching. "Did your daughter draw this?" she asked. "No. Are you certain?" "I'm certain." She nodded and wrote that down. That mattered too. Denise refused a hospital ride until Marissa used the phrase possible concussion. And then Denise sighed like the entire medical profession had disappointed her personally. "I was a nurse for 34 years, she said. Marissa said, "Then you know why you're going." Denise glared at her. Marissa smiled a tiny smile. Denise lost. Before they loaded her, Denise grabbed my wrist with her uninjured hand. Her hair was wet and flat against her head, gauze taped near her temple, the cut on her wrist bandaged tight. "Don't go back in that house tonight," she said. "I won't." "You say that like a person who might." "I won't." "Good. And don't let anyone make this smaller than it was." That one I couldn't answer right away, because even with 2 men in handcuffs, even with broken doors and duct tape and zip ties in evidence bags, I could already feel the world trying to shrink it. News does that. Police reports do that. Family court does that. People take a thing with teeth and sand the points down until it becomes an incident. Trespassing, attempted burglary, suspicious activity, chalk prank. Denise squeezed my wrist. "Hannah." "I won't," I said again, and meant it better the second time. We went to St. Anne's Hospital, all of us except the house. That was how it felt. The house stayed behind with officers walking through it, stepping over our overturned kitchen chair, our broken pet door, Lily's drawings taped to her bedroom wall, my coffee cup still in the sink. The house held the shape of our panic after we left. At the hospital, ordinary life tried to reassemble around us in ugly fluorescent pieces. A vending machine hummed near the waiting room. Someone's toddler cried because he wanted crackers. A man in a construction vest watched a baseball game on his phone with the sound too low to understand. The world had not paused. It never does, which is rude but probably necessary. Lily was examined, given juice, and cleared with a bruised knee and acute stress noted in the chart. The phrase looked cold on paper. Acute stress, as if the body were a weather report. A hospital social worker came in around midnight. The next person introduced is Elaine Porter, 52, female, a hospital social worker from Columbus. She wore purple reading glasses on a chain and had the calm, slightly hoarse voice of someone used to speaking in rooms where nobody had slept. She asked Lily whether anyone had touched her, whether anyone had asked her to keep secrets, whether she had seen either man before. Lily answered no to all of it, then added, "One had my toy." Elaine wrote that down carefully. She asked if Lily knew why the men wanted her. Lily looked at me. I kept my face still. "No," she said later, while Lily slept curled on a hospital recliner under 2 warmed blankets. Detective Sweeney came back with more facts. Not all of them. Enough. Travis Bell and Colin Mayers had both done gig work for a property maintenance company that handled rentals around Westerville and North Columbus. Travis had a prior burglary conviction from years earlier, nothing involving children. Colin had a pending charge for stalking an ex-girlfriend, which made Sweeney's mouth tighten when she said it. "They knew each other?" I asked. "Yes." "Did they know me?" "We're looking at that." I hated that answer, though I understood why she gave it. She told me the printed real estate map of my house came from an old rental listing still cached online, complete with interior photos from before I moved in. The garage pet door was visible in one of the pictures, if you knew to look. The crawl space vent was visible in another exterior shot. And the photo of Lily's Chalk City, I asked. Sweeney paused. That appears to have been printed from a phone screenshot. My phone, we don't know yet. Aaron S. will ask him. My stomach tightened. Not because I believed Aaron had helped them. I didn't. Aaron was many things, but not that. Still, the picture had traveled. I had sent it once to prove I wasn't withholding a sweet moment. One small concession. One ordinary parenting exchange. From there, somehow, it had left the circle where it belonged. Sweeney seemed to read my face. Photos get shared in ways people don't think about. Cloud backups, group texts, lost devices, social media. We'll trace what we can. What did Travis mean? I asked. She looked up from her notebook. When he said they weren't the first ones to draw her. Sweeney's expression stayed professional, but something moved behind it. Not alarm, calculation. He may have been trying to upset you. But we found older chalk marks on the sidewalk near the street, under newer wash patterns. Hard to say how old. Crime scene photographed them before the rain got worse. Older like yesterday, maybe. Older like before Lily drew Mara. We don't know. There it was. The unresolved thread, small and cold. I told myself chalk marks on a sidewalk meant nothing. Kids drew everywhere. Westerville was full of sidewalks, children, buckets of chalk abandoned in garages. A circle head and a triangle dress were not a signature. Still, when Lily shifted in her sleep, I looked at her hands. Clean now. No chalk. The legal part began before sunrise. Protective orders were discussed. Temporary custody adjustments. No unsupervised exchange at my house until further notice. Aaron, from his hospital bed, agreed to all of it without arguing. He even offered to have Lily stay with my sister in Dayton if I felt unsafe, which was such a careful overcorrection that I almost smiled. Almost. By morning, Travis and Colin had been booked on charges that included attempted kidnapping, aggravated burglary, menacing by stalking, criminal damaging, and possession of criminal tools. Sweeney warned me that charges evolve. Prosecutors decide. Defense attorneys argue. Words change. But they were in jail. That was the fact I held. Denise had a mild concussion and 6 stitches near her hairline. She texted me from her hospital bed at 7:12 a.m. I told them I'm fine. They remained dramatic. How is Lily? I showed Lily the text when she woke. She read it twice. Ms. Denise talks like you, she said. She would be offended by that. Lily's mouth twitched, not quite a smile, but close enough that I had to look away. We stayed with my sister for 9 days. The next character is Rebecca Moore, 35, female, my older sister by 3 years, living in Dayton, Ohio, with a split-level house, 2 loud sons, and an ability to become bossy in emergencies that I used to resent and now appreciated. She put clean sheets on the guest bed, bought Lily new pajamas without yellow on them, and did not ask for details unless I offered them. That restraint was love. Lily slept badly. So did I. She woke at 2:00 or 3:00 most nights and came to my bed without speaking. I stopped pretending I didn't want her there. During the day, she played with her cousins, avoided the driveway, and refused sidewalk chalk when Rebecca's youngest brought it out. Maybe markers, Lily said, so they drew on paper. Aaron had surgery on his ankle and sent Lily voice messages because video calls made her nervous at first. He kept them short. Hey, Bug, I love you. I'm proud of you. No need to answer if you're tired. It was the best version of him I had seen in years, and I didn't know whether trauma had changed him or just scared him into behaving. I decided not to solve that immediately. The house became a place other people entered before I did. Police, crime scene technicians, a locksmith, a contractor, Rebecca's husband, who installed better window locks and screwed the crawlspace vents shut from the inside with hardware cloth over them. The garage pet door was removed and replaced with a solid metal kick plate. The porch camera was lowered. A second camera went over the driveway. A third covered the side gate. Martin insisted on paying for one of them, which I refused until he said, "Let an old man be useful." And then I gave in because his hands were shaking. Martin's footage helped establish the timeline. Denise's motion light footage, recovered from a memory card she didn't know was still in the camera, caught Colin waiting by her patio table nearly 15 minutes before we ran outside. He had drawn Mara there, then crouched beside the door with the tape. That detail made Lily throw up when Sweeney told me, and I told my therapist, and not Lily. Therapy started the second week. For both of us. Lily's therapist used sand trays and puppets. Mine used questions I hated. What did safety look like now? What did I need from the people around me? What would it mean to trust my own alarm without letting alarm become my whole life? I didn't have good answers. I learned to say, "I'm not ready to talk about that," instead of making something up. A month after the attack, the prosecutor met with us in a conference room that smelled like burnt coffee and copy paper. Travis's attorney floated the idea that it had been an intimidation scheme, not a true abduction attempt. Colin's attorney suggested he had been manipulated. The prosecutor did not roll her eyes, but I saw her pen press hard into her legal pad. "There was tape," I said. "Yes," she said. "There were zip ties." "Yes," they said, "just her." We have officer body camera audio capturing part of that exchange. I nodded. My hands still shook under the table. The next person introduced is Assistant Prosecutor Dana Whitcomb, 41, female, a Franklin County prosecutor assigned to the case. She had a clipped voice, neat black suit, and a way of explaining procedure without sanding off the horror. She told us what could be proven, what could be argued, and what evidence mattered most. The videos, the printed map, the chalk, the duct tape, the zip ties, the broken walkie-talkie, the shoe impressions near the crawlspace vent, Travis's fingerprints on the garage door frame, Colin's prints on the patio table and tape roll. What about the photo? I asked. Dana looked at her notes. Still under investigation. It stayed that way for a while. Eventually, they traced one path. Aaron had saved the Chalk City picture to a shared cloud album he used for Lily photos. The album had an old link from when he sent pictures to his mother. The link had not been password protected. Someone accessed it from a public library computer in Columbus 2 days before the attack. That was enough to make Aaron look like he might collapse sitting down. I didn't know, he said. I know, I said. This time I believed him quickly, and I let him see that. But Sweeney also said something else. The library access explained the printed photo. It did not explain why Travis and Colin had chosen Lily before that. It did not explain the older chalk marks under the wash patterns. It did not explain whether they had seen Lily outside by chance or followed some other lead that had not surfaced. Sometimes people choose opportunity, Sweeney said. Sometimes. I moved out of the rental in August. Not because the house was haunted. It was. It was just ruined for us in ordinary human ways. The kitchen tile would always contain the memory of yellow chalk rolling. Lily's room would always share a wall with the garage. The driveway, even power washed, held pale stains in its pores, little ghosts of color that reappeared when the concrete got wet. We found a duplex in Worthington with no garage, no crawlspace access from outside, and a driveway shared with a retired couple who kept wind chimes on their porch. Lily liked the chimes during the day and hated them at night. The neighbors took them down without making us ask twice. The day we moved, Denise stood on my old porch with her arm in a sling and stitches healing under her hair. Martin stood beside her, holding a box labeled kitchen fragile even though he was not supposed to lift anything heavier than a newspaper. Lily walked to the edge of the driveway one last time. I stiffened. She didn't have chalk. She had a bottle of water. She poured it slowly over the concrete where Mara had first been drawn near the street. The water darkened the slab, then spread into the seam by the sidewalk. Bye, she said. Not to Mara, I don't think. To the house, to the driveway, to being the girl who thought chalk was just chalk. I didn't ask. That night in the new duplex, Lily slept through until dawn. I did not. Around 3:00 a.m., rain started tapping against the windows. Not hard. A soft summer rain. I lay in bed listening to it strike the sill, the bushes, the pavement outside. My phone sat charging on the nightstand with camera alerts enabled. The doors were locked. The windows were locked. A baseball bat stood between my dresser and wall, which my therapist said was understandable for now and not a permanent plan. At 5:40, I went downstairs to make coffee. The world outside was gray and rinsed clean. Our shared driveway glistened under the porch light. No chalk, no lines, no figures. Then I saw Lily's blue marker on the kitchen table, uncapped. Beside it, on a sheet of printer paper, she had drawn a house. Our new house, more or less, 2 windows, a crooked door, a small sun with no eyelashes. In front of the paper house stood a girl in a triangle dress. Not yellow, not pink, blue. I heard Lily behind me before she spoke. I drew her different, she said. I turned. She stood in the hallway in her new pajamas, hair tangled, rabbit under one arm. "Is that okay?" she asked. It was such a careful question. I looked back at the drawing. The blue chalk girl or marker girl now stood near the house but not touching it. Her arms were straight at her sides. No hands, no dotted line. "Yes," I said, my voice held. "That's okay." Lily nodded, then came to lean against my hip. We stood there in the quiet kitchen while rain whispered against the glass. Coffee began to drip into the pot, one dark drop at a time. Outside, a delivery truck passed on the wet street, its tires making that soft, rushing sound ordinary mornings make. Almost ordinary. That is where we got back to eventually. Almost. Not safe the way people mean when they haven't had to measure every exit in a room. Not healed in a way that makes a satisfying ending. Just alive. Moved. Believed. Bruised in places that did not always show. The paper stayed on the fridge for 3 days. On the 4th, I took it down before bed because looking at it at night made my stomach tighten. I slid it into a folder with the police reports, medical discharge papers, locksmith receipts, and victim advocate brochures. Weeks later, when I opened that folder for Dana Whitcomb before the preliminary hearing, the drawing was on top. I know I had put it at the back. I know that sounds like the kind of thing my old self would have explained away. Maybe the papers shifted. Maybe I remembered wrong. Maybe Lily moved it and forgot. I did not ask her. I closed the folder, held it flat against my chest, and listened for a moment to the courthouse hallway around me. Shoes on tile, a copier warming up, a man laughing too loudly somewhere near the elevators. All ordinary sounds, all of them capable of hiding something. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.